Check. Hey, Marcia. I'll just leave my finger off that.
Hence the tutorial,
Okay,
right?
yeah. Still complicated. Okay, you ready for me to start? Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Alexandra Timmons. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the risk manager from Santa Rosa County. And I just had to get my pre-tutorial on the mic from Keith since that presentation's coming a little later. So, good morning, everyone. We have such a great agenda, some riveting, dare I say, scintillating discussions on Title IX, workers' comp, all kind of good things. Our FSBIT leadership has really put together a great agenda, and we have a lot of new faces. So after Keith gives the presentation for everyone on how to use the technology in the room today, we will go around and introduce your teams, and then we'll have one representative from each of our member districts speak about something that has been very successful in your district and maybe some challenges that you're facing. One of the things that we have mentioned many times is how much we learn from our colleagues in these meetings, and they're just, that time together is so beneficial. So welcome. I know that Sarah Cato and I, the Okaloosa team, Tim Bryant, we're all very excited to have this meeting a little closer to home. Usually we're the ones traveling. So no complaints in the room about traveling up to the Panhandle. And we welcome you and hope that this is a great meeting for you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to stand back here so I can push buttons on my computers as I'm kind of going through this little discussion about our technology today. So just as a FYI, if you have not yet hooked into the Wi-Fi, we're using the Hilton Honors as the network. And you'll see that when you get there, there'll be an option to use the promotional code. It's going to jump you over to a web page. And so there'll be, it's sort of the standard Wi-Fi login that you'll see when you're in your room. There's a little link down there that says use promotional code. Go ahead and click that link, and it's going to jump you to an option to just insert that password FWBGI. And then that will get you hooked up to the Wi-Fi in here. There's a little, so this is in your on Diligent, so you can access it there. And then there's a couple signs around. If you want to take a picture of it with your phone, you'll be able to access that. And we'll put this up in between sessions so that you have access to it there as well. So, again, I'm Keith Wem. I'm the Director of Systems Management here at FSBIT, and I'm just going to kind of walk you through a little bit about microphone use and microphone orientation, and then just kind of show you the Diligent interface real quick, just in case you have not seen that. So, as you all know, FSBIT's microphone system can be challenging, right? But we need you all to use your microphones. One of the things that we are using with the Diligent community platform now, which again is the new board docs, is their streaming service. And we're not necessarily using that to provide the service, the meetings to people who aren't here. Although if everybody would just like to say hello, Brendan, real quick. Brendan's listening to us via YouTube today because he had some HR stuff that he had to deal with. So, is everyone? So, but unless we are talking into the microphones, that audio is not going to be picked up on that stream. So that's good for Brandon to be able to hear us, but also, you know, we are using that now as sort of our minutes capture. We used to have a little audio recording device that we used to try and capture, and it wasn't, you know, it's hard to capture, you know, Scott Wild over there on the other side of the room on the little thing that was right here. So that's what we're going to be used as sort of our record of the meetings moving forward. And we can pull that to transcript off and run it through some AI and get good summaries. So, you know, we're asking that whenever, you know, Andrea, we're hopefully Andrea won't have to be the person to stay microphone all day. We'll remember to pick the microphone up and speak into it. Again, here's a little tutorial, and if you have a microphone in front of you, you can even pick it up real quick and look at it as we're kind of going over these. So typically, if you have never touched the microphone at the beginning of the day, when you pick it up, it's going to have a blank screen on it. If it has a blank screen on it and you kind of tap it once, then it's going to either wake it up or it's going to turn it on, right? And so then once you turn it on, you're going to see that it has sort of the channel, and it's also going to show us how much battery charge is still in that microphone. So probably 8 times out of 10, when you all pick that microphone up, that's the state it's going to be in. If you need to push and hold to turn it on, you can do that. Sometimes when you're doing that, and again, like 6 to 12 inches from your mouth is pretty good, and these are directional microphones, so if you point it away from you or kind of like point it to your chest, it's not going to pick it up as well as if you're kind of pointing it right at your mouth. So keep in mind that sometimes when people pick these microphones up, they think that they need to push that button just to talk, not knowing that it's already active. If you pick the microphone up and you look at it and you can see it's real small, but that's a mute icon that's right above that 6. It's a little microphone, like a speaker with a line through it. That tells you that that microphone is muted. So a lot of times what's happening is people will pick the microphones up and they'll start to talk, but not realizing the microphone is muted, and then they'll say, this thing doesn't work. So keep in mind, if you pick it up, you might just want to glance at that real quick, and if that mute button's on, all you have to do is tap that button one time and it will unmute your microphone. All right, any questions about the sophisticated Fizbit microphone system? All right, so and also, so you might see our camera. There's probably about 5 feet on the left side of that screen and about 5 feet on the right side of that podium. If you're a speaker or you're going to get up to talk, maybe stay in that area. Otherwise, we'll hear your voice, but we won't see your face. So I wanted to just flip over real quick and show you all the Diligent platform. So how many folks here, your districts, have moved over to Diligent already from Board Docs? So a community, Diligent community, Diligent Board Docs. So only one district, so couple? Yeah. Tina, did you say last night that you have dual? FSBA has Diligent, Diligent, all right, Diligent community. So just a couple things. So you might remember with Board Docs, if your district was using Board Docs and Fizbit was using Board Docs and FSBA was using, you had 3 different logins for all those different organizations that were using Board Docs. The Diligent community platform has sort of a single sign-on for you. So, and what that means in part is that we can't, or FSBA can't, we can't manage your user account like we used to be able to. So like if you forget your password, you're going to have to go to the Diligent website and click the forgot password link in order to reset your account like that. The only thing that we can do on our end related to your account is take you out of the Fizbit organization, or Andrea can take you all out of the FSBA organization. So that's just something to keep in mind. If you're having issues logging in, definitely come to us and we can kind of walk you through that. But we no longer have control over your Diligent community, Diligent Board Docs account because you use that for different organizations now. So it's kind of your ownership as opposed to the organization's ownership. So again, I just going to show you, if you look up in the upper right of the Diligent, this is what you're going to look at, what you'll see when you first log into Diligent Community. Right now it's showing no upcoming meetings because our meeting has already started, so it's under the previous. I'll show you that in just a second. So in the upper right, you can see that there is an edit profile button. And this is where you will go to kind of manage your profile. And this, again, is a profile that spans all the different organizations that you have. Sign back in. So again, in there you'll be able to update your password. You'll be able to change your organization information and all of that sort of stuff. Just see. So when I go to previous, I'm able to see these are all the previous FSBIT meetings. We are now building these meetings in Diligent Community, but some of the past meetings, all the rest of the past meetings prior to our Summer Risk Manager session were built in Board Docs. Those were pulled over into Diligent Community and are accessible, but they don't have the full functionality that the meetings that we're building currently in the Diligent Community have. So just keep that in mind as you're looking through some of these old meetings that are in here. So if I were to go, for example, to the fall meeting, I'm just kind of going to show you real quick what the agenda looks like. You can see that it kind of breaks it down nicely. We are putting all of the presentations as links in the agendas. So as we are moving through a meeting, you'll be able to kind of come over here and see a link and click it. It does not open this in the PowerPoint application, but you can open it within the Diligent view, and you can kind of see the different presentations that are in here. It's not a great tool for actually viewing a PowerPoint, but these things are available. You can download these presentations back at the districts if you want to be able to use them to share with other staff or leadership. So those are available to you. Just a couple quick notes about some of the navigation icons that you see. This little item that looks kind of like a bullseye is a goals icon, and we are going to be loading up, I think FSBA already does this, we'll be loading up our strategic plan so that you can see the progress of the strategic plan as we move along through executing that. And then there's also this document library that you can access, and this is where we have archived documents and then current documents related to the trust manual, that sort of thing. There are some other add-ons that we are using that are not currently active. So we are going to have a tool in here where you'll be able to come and see the trust documents sort of in a live context. They won't be attachments. You'll be able to actually go to a link and kind of see them similar to how you view the agendas in Diligent. So just as a quick FYI, we are, I think that we are one of the first organizations that are using the streaming add-ons with Diligent, and they're still working on how to link the video archives with the minutes. So you can see this in the edit version of the minutes from the summer board meeting, but soon you will be able to go to meeting minutes, and you'll actually be able to go and click the sort of little video icon that's next to an agenda item, and it's going to actually go to the video archive, and it will pull up that video, and you'll be able to actually watch that session that was recorded during the meeting. So not only are you going to be able to see brief meeting notes, but you're going to be able to access all the sessions. So this is especially good for, you know, the risk manager summer meeting, because all of those education meetings will be in there. Or if you see a great Title IX presentation that you want to take back and share with your staff or share with leadership, you'll be able to access that through the Diligent community and pull it up back at the district and review it and talk about it. So those are just a few quick technology points that I wanted to make. Does anybody have any questions, or has anybody had any difficulty? I know that we had some questions in the last week or two about access. Is anybody having difficulty today getting access to Diligent? Correct. Yeah. So, mhm. So, right. Yeah, so you will use the same sign-in for both. If you were to, for example, if you had an FS, if you had a Fitbit account already, and you got the notification from Andrea to sign in to the FSBA, it would tell you you already have an account, and then it would just link the FSBA account with your sort of mothership user account. And then when you log in, you will be able to select between Fitbit or FSBA. And then if Charlotte adopts Diligent Community, there will be a third option for you. So you'll be able to go into any one of those organizations and navigate.
So since I do have 2 sign-ons with them, with 2 different accounts,
We'll have to look, because you should only have, you might have 2 different email addresses that you're using for different accounts.
no, it's all the same email.
Yeah. Let's look
I'm
at
pretty
it.
sure.
We can look
Okay.
at it and just
All right,
see.
thanks.
Because, to be perfectly honest with you, I only have one Diligent account, so I have not actually gotten in and seen what it looks like when I have 2 organizations. So I was hoping that I would be able to get in on somebody's account today and look at it, so
Oh,
I
no,
could
you
actually.
can't.
Okay. Yeah, we'll look at it
Thanks.
and we'll see what the situation is with that, because it's likely that got duplicated, because you should only have one Diligent account that will get you into all those organizations. Is anybody else having that situation? Is it just the 2 right here? Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so again, welcome. We appreciate you being here and taking the time. So I want to follow up on something that Keith had mentioned here, and that we are recording these meetings, and as much faith as what Keith has in the microphone about not picking it up, I am not that faithful. So I just want to share with you that the side conversations that you have, might be better off out in the hallway than they would be next to a microphone that could possibly pick you up. So again, all I'm trying to say is, don't chance it. Assume your mic is hot all the time. All right, that helps us. Okay, so the second thing I want to talk to you about is just kind of a very brief agenda review as we go through here, so you know what's going to happen for the next few days. If you look at the agenda, we had a great dinner last night. We appreciate Pam organizing that dinner for us at Clemenza's. And we appreciate Alexandra, because you know that the first half of the meeting today is really the risk manager portion. So we appreciate all of our trustees being here to take part in that, because they always, discuss a lot of valuable information. So we'll be going around the room here. Alexandra, told you a little bit about that, and you can see that in your agenda, because I think it's valuable for us to learn from one another and get to know one another. We're going to hear this morning from lots of workers' comp. On lots of workers' comp issues. So Chris is going to kick us off by talking about just the world of workers' comp. We've got Dave Havlicek and David Jackson here that will talk to us about some legal issues, as well as nurse case management, for which most all of you take advantage of in your helping to settle your work comp claims. And then in the afternoon, there's only been one change, so Bev's going to kick us off. We'll have our call to order at 1 o'clock, and then we're going to go into our committee meetings. We only have 2 committee meetings that are going to run simultaneously this time, and that is budget and investment, as well as policy and bylaws. Looking at your agenda, we had flip-flopped rooms, though, so the policy and bylaws committee meeting is actually going to be in the breakfast room, or the albatross over here, the room where you had breakfast, and then budget and investment is going to be in this room. because they need technology. So we've just flip-flopped those. So those two committees will be running simultaneously, last about an hour. We'll reconvene in here right after the break at 2:15, for which we're going to hear from Amy Engvall. There was a request on some additional information on Title IX. Rob Sniffen was unable to be with us today, but he said, hey, we've got Amy here, and she is ready and willing. You saw Amy last night at dinner as well as this morning at breakfast. And then we're going to talk about deductibles and casualty loss language, and kind of understanding the difference between self-insured retention and deductibles and when actually reinsurance kicks in. We'll be looking at the memorandum of coverage when it comes to casualty, and making some proposals to fine-tune some of that language in there to clarify what we believe the current intent already is. So kind of back to the organization, I guess, of all of our conversations. We recognize that there's some duplication here when you make changes, because multiple committees may be talking about the same subject, and that's the case today. So policy and bylaws, as well as budget and investment, will be talking about what the impact or the change is to the casualty program, or to the clarifications. And so when one committee makes a decision, then it goes over to policy and bylaws for them to put into that. So I guess what I'm saying is it's going to be a little awkward, but just because you're not in that committee, to hear that does not mean that we're not going to explain that to the entire group. Because what you will see and what you will find here is tomorrow, all of those committees will be giving reports to the entire group. So you're actually, even if you're not on a committee, it's going to be presented to you 3 different times before you would ever have to make a decision on it. So don't worry, but it is a little wonky because, this committee is talking about the same thing that this committee is talking about. I believe they'll probably reach the same resolution, but in any way, that's for them to fine-tune that language as we go through or make clarifications. So there's plenty of time to make final decisions, and you'll hear that information over and over and over before you would ever be forced to make a decision on that. So, and then we've been talking about in our strategic plan for some time about our pool proving its worth. So we're on a mission to do that, and we're going to Alliant has put together some county comparisons to what you're paying for insurance compared to what some of your peers are paying, to show that there is some advantages to pooling. And then tonight we're going to have a reception, and that will be over, and dinner, and that will be over in the Albatross room. Again, all of our meals will be over there. And then Thursday, we'll kick it off again. That's when all the reports will come out, the budget and investment report. The Deep Blue will be here to discuss our current investments. Policy and bylaws will give their report. And then we will go into, or actually David Delaney is here, and he's going to give us some legal updates. We'll go to lunch. After that, we are going to have an exciting presentation by Jack Pippa on the actuary report, as we always do. And one of the things that we had talked about is maybe providing some tutorials on what to look for when you're reviewing an actuarial report. So we have that, and then we have a recap on the FSBIT orientation, in which we're actually going to be watching the first trustee and superintendent training module. It's about 12 minutes. I wish it were 12 seconds. After you start seeing me on there, you're going to wish it was 12 seconds. But and then we'll have our dinner and reception tomorrow evening as well, and that's when we're going to be handing out our risk manager certification recognitions for those who have reached that bar. And then Friday's our business meeting. We'll adopt our agenda, approve the minutes from the last meeting. We will have, once again, committee reports if there is any sort of change that is being recommended by a committee, such as the policy and bylaws proposed amendments or any sort of budget amendments that are being offered. We'll accept the actuarial report. We'll go have a brief review of our SOC audit. Andrea will give the FSBA update. Alexandra will give the operator's report. I'll give my executive director report, and then we will adjourn. So packed agenda, lots of information on it. In it, and we hope you benefit from your time being here. We know that it takes a lot to leave your district. You're leaving your day job, and work is piling up where it's at. So we strive to make it, your time here meaningful and worth your while. So with that, I will turn it over to Alexandra to lead us in our next activity.
All right, so again, as I mentioned, we learned so much in our sessions and just visiting with our colleagues and collaborating on, challenges that we might have and finding solutions. And so at this time, we do have a lot of new faces in the room. So what I'm going to do is start on my left and have because we've got our Great Alliant team here as well. If we'll have everyone, first of all, introduce yourself, and then from your district, everyone in your district introduce yourself and your role in the organization. And then one person from the district, share some accomplishment that you've had that you can share out that would be beneficial to the group. And then maybe a challenge that you need, maybe some guidance on or some feedback on. And we'll start to my left with our Great Alliant team. Phil?
Hi, my name's Phil Williams. I'm with the Alliant Public Entity and Pooling Group.
I'm Stephanie Despain with Alliant.
Amanda Gumbel with St. John's. Amanda Gumbel with St. John's. And
Beth Slough, St. John's.
And I will share our accomplishments. Is that working? We have 2 new schools that are being built, our 11th and 12th K-8, and they're actually on time, which is refreshing because the past few years our construction has not been on the timeline we wanted it to be, so that's a win. And then I would say a challenge is our teachers union did not ratify, so we are going back to the drawing board with that, but that seems to also be a common trend going around, so that's what's happening in St. John's.
It's not common in Okaloosa County. We settled months ago, so we're good. We're fortunate. No, but seriously, Tim Bryant, school board member, Okaloosa County trustee. And before I hand it over to Sarah, I do want to say our greatest accomplishment that we've done this past year was hire Sarah to be our risk manager. Russ did an awesome job, and we were nervous who was going to come in, but Sarah has done an amazing job.
Well, I wasn't expecting that, but thank you. Sarah Cato. I just want to say that our biggest accomplishment as far as what we've been working on this past year that I was hired was to bring a employee health clinic to our district. And we closed the deal on it, but it's in the process of being built, so January's go live. So to me, that's an accomplishment. It's going to come, it's going to help save some health spend dollars for our employees and really bring some great things to them. And then I think, I do know, we are working on some CTE issues that we discovered. Like our last meeting, Dave Mathis told us, hey, make sure you're doing these things in your district. I went back and I talked to our people over that, and they were like, maybe Dave needs to come. And so he is. He's got, I think he has in December, he may be coming down or up, wherever he's from and I'm from. And then we will just meet together and fix it, hopefully. So anyway, that's what we're working on.
Hi, I'm Allison Campbell. I am a school board member actually from Marion County, but I'm serving as the president-elect of the Florida School Boards Association, and this is my role as ex officio? Oh, Andrea's not there to correct me on ex officio. We've been schooled on what ex officio means versus, anyway, the attorney in the room can help me with that. But yeah, glad to be here. Marion is not a FSBIT or school district, but that might change after I learn more about what we do.
Good morning. My name is Asina Mott. I am at the DeSoto County School District. and like a lot of you here, it took a long time to get here, and I'm not going to complain. So, but it's very nice to be up in a different part of the state. One of the great things that we're celebrating this year is the not quite opening, but the beginning construction of a new high school, and it's been a very long time since we've had a new school in DeSoto, so we're excited about that. And one of the challenges this year is we have lost a lot of students. They're just sort of leaking out into various different places, and the dollars that go with them are leaking out as well.
Tammy Mon from Lafette, Director of Finance.
Sandy Fletcher, Madison County, Assistant CFO. I think our biggest hurdle that we accomplished was we closed 3 of our outlying schools due to declining enrollment, but it was painful but yet very successful, but very much needed. Then I think our biggest hurdle next is deciding what we're going to do with the 3 schools. We definitely need to sell them for the money, but that will be determined by our board.
Carol Boston, Santa Rosa County, and we are fortunate that Alexandra Timmons is our risk manager, so she may have some things to add. But our big accomplishment is we are also building a new high school, and it's about finished. We toured it a few weeks ago, and our construction company's doing an amazing job, and our architect firms, and it's pretty exciting, and we need it desperately. And we are also having the leaking student problem, which also leads to the fact that families are getting all those funds to buy TVs and tickets to Disney, which we as educators all find appalling that those qualify as homeschool expenses, but then they're bringing them back after they have been incompetent at homeschooling. And many of our principals are very challenged, and teachers trying to bring those kids back up to speed, especially when they often come in right before testing. So we're experiencing, I think everybody in Florida is experiencing the same things there. So.
Well, and we're so excited that Carol is our representative for our insurance portion. So she does great work for us. So from the risk manager side, I mean, I know that one person's supposed to share, but from the risk manager side, one accomplishment that I feel like we're in the midst of right now has to do with one of our guests that are speaking tomorrow, and that's Zach Bell with the Florida Department of Emergency Management. Pam had initially shared about the FROC, and we got on board. My assistant superintendent of admin services really got on board, and we're bringing a lot of our departments together to complete, and I know it's due October 31st, the disaster readiness assessment. And so it's really just fine-tuning some of those things. We've seen our mineral districts, hit with large storms. And so we really want to be prepared and learn from others. But it really has a lot of great resources that Zach is going to speak with us about tomorrow. But that's really been an accomplishment, getting everyone kind of on the same page again. You can become a little bit complacent, I think, when you don't have any disasters your way. And, we'd love to see those storms headed to a different direction, of course. But anyway, that's, and really challenges. I don't even think Santa Rosa's had any lately. I mean, I can't really think of any, because sometimes you just kind of make up stories and you think there's no way that could happen. Oh, guess what just happened? So anyway, thank you, Carol.
Dave Havlicek. I'm with the law firm of Goodman McGuffey.
Krista Branham with Florida School Boards Insurance Trust.
David Mathis, Risk Control, FSBIT.
Bakari McMillan, Finance Director, FSBIT.
Scott Wilder, FSBIT, Risk Control.
Ron White, Swanee County, SB member.
Ronnie Gray, Superintendent, Swanee County.
Marsha Brown, CFO, Swanee County.
Brenda Carlton, School Board Member, Taylor County, Trustee.
Shanna Dottamead, Risk Manager for Taylor County.
accomplishments, I mean, we've sort of made it through some of the hurricane stuff. We still have stuff lingering out there, but I don't know. It's not as crazy as it was 2 years ago, I guess. So that's an accomplishment for me that I'm still here. And then challenging, we're still working on hurricane stuff. So both.
But you accomplished that with such grace because you just always look happy and like you got nothing going on. Got to step out for this meeting, you say.
Ask Pam how many times I called her, probably about to cry. Yeah. But thank you.
I am CJ Holly with FSBIT. I'm the Supervisor of Property and Casualty Claims.
Good morning. I am Tina Surton from Alachua County, and I am a school board member and our trustee.
Hot off the presses, brand new to us.
Brand new,
Introducing.
6 weeks. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dave Fields. I'm the new risk manager in Alachua County. So again, it's been 6 weeks, but let's see. So some accomplishments. We did ratify yesterday, or not ratify. We agreed for our collective bargaining wrapped up yesterday. It's got to go for ratification and board approval, but we're done early. Trying to make sure and get that done a lot better than last year. So that's definitely accomplishment. A challenge that we have in Alachua, I mean, declining enrollment, obviously, also happening here, I'm sure, everywhere. Thinking about something unique that hasn't been said yet. I know in Alachua, one of the things is we've had a lot of changes and different personnel changes, but we have a lot of people that are stuck doing things the way they've done them, whether or not they're helpful for students or employees. The kind of metaphor that we use is like, some of you may have heard this, I'm not sure, but there's a story about why you cut the ends off the ham. And it's like, you know, somebody asked their mom, like, why we cut the ends off the ham? And like, it tastes better. And it's like, okay. Like, ask their grandmother, same thing. You know, why you cut the ends off the ham? It's like, well, it tastes better. And then eventually get to, I think his great grandma or whatever, and she goes, well, actually, we just cut the ends off because the pan, it wouldn't fit. And like that's, so we've got a lot of that in Alachua that I know we're working on, and that's one of our challenges.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Bryant, Risk Manager for Gadsden County School District.
Good morning. Stacy Hannigan, School Board Member.
Laura Thomas with the Gadsden County School District.
Marlene Bruner, Gadsden County Director of Business and Finance. As I have wrapped up my first year with the district and with FSBIT, it's been very interesting. I feel like our challenges outweigh some of our accomplishments. But if anything, I can say our list of challenges is decreasing, so that's an accomplishment. We are building a new school. It took a little bit of traction to get it going and get it started, but now that we're rolling, it's moving really well. So far, we're on track. I don't like to say that. I don't want to jinx it. But we do have some other challenges with aging properties. We did not get our half-cent sales tax, which really would have been helpful as we saw an almost $2 million reduction in our FEFP funding. So we're fighting those challenges, and then just, again, the aging facilities, everything is tearing up. We had 5 schools go down with air in the first week. So we had to try and get everybody's air up all at once. And so that was a massive challenge financially as well as operationally. And just trying to get, you know, our biggest thing right now is trying to get our fund balance up, trying to get ourselves secure and sound, trying to combat old thinking, always the thinking, trying to combat just long-term employees who have just been used to their role is their role and they don't want to pick up anything new or change anything. So trying to become more efficient. Thankfully, we've had most of our board members are still our board members. Ms. Hannigan is one of our newer board members, but we're getting there. We're getting there. And the amazing people in this room who have been such a huge support that Matt or I can reach out to at any point in time that we need have just really, really helped. Shane?
Tess. Hey, good morning. Shane Hawkins, part of the property casualty team with FSBIT. So I'm actually based in the Panhandle here in Pensacola, so it's really cool to come over and meet a lot of you in person that I've talked to over the phone or via email and help support over the last several years. So really good to see everyone this morning. So thank you.
Good morning. Pam Smith, Assistant Executive Director with FSBIT. Good to see everybody.
Gerald Powers, Director of Safety and Mental Health, Risk Manager, and whatever else Robbie tells me to do, Lafayette County. You know, Lafayette County's Lafayette County. We're just kind of trucking along. Best accomplishment we had this year. You know, you guys know I don't do workers' comp. I don't allow our people to do that. We don't have time for all that stuff. You know, put some dirt on it, get back to work. Well, I had one this year that I'm very proud of, and so I'm going to tell you guys about it. We had an idiot student, not one of ours, had no ties to Lafayette County. Our kids know better. Decided to pull his shirt off, had a bunch of inappropriate writing on his back and on his chest, and ran out onto our football field during a game. So our principal headed out after him and spun around a little bit and had a fine form tackle somewhere near the bleachers of the stadium. Our students, of course, cheered. They loved it. They thought our principal was the coolest guy ever. And he ended up tearing his pec muscle doing so, and just got done with surgery last week. So I accepted that workers' comp claim, and we're going to pay it with pride.
Great story there, huh?
So isn't there a Limu commercial on TV about
it looked about like that.
The emu running across the
that.
field?
Yeah. They were from Hamilton County, and him and his entire group of friends were politely asked not to return to Lafayette County ever. Anyway, that's what I got.
Unless anyone else in the back has a better story, I think that's going to win today. But Wendy, I mean, you can try.
Nope, I'm going to pass on that one. Wendy Atkinson, I'm school board member in Charlotte County and also a trustee here at FSBIT, and vice chair.
I'm Marcus Allen. I'm the CFO at Charlotte County.
Good morning. I'm Jocelyn Carter. I'm the risk manager for Charlotte County.
Good morning. My name is Ken Frank. I'm a new school board member with Citrus County, and this is my first FSBIT meeting. If everybody remembers Ginger Bryant, so I took Ginger's place.
Nobody takes Ginger's place. In case she's listening, Andrea Messina, I'm the CEO of the Florida School Boards Association. Happy to have all of you here.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Gerald, you still win. All right. So I think Krista is up next.
All right. Are we on? We're good. All right. Good morning. I am going to talk to you about workers' compensation. Riveting topic. Everybody loves it. Gerald doesn't know much about it. Rubs dirt on it. But I wanted to do just a behind-the-scenes look. We've kind of gone through like our policies and procedures and just the life cycle of a claim. But I wanted to just talk about the things that you all don't see every day. Keith? Or not? Do I? Got to turn it on. Okay, so I want to just introduce the team. Started with myself, obviously supervisor of the workers' compensation claims, and I've been doing this since 2002. It seems like longer than that, but just fun fact about me, actually Amanda kind of sparked some sourdough baking, and it has just evolved into now I'm a gardener, and I'm not even sure where all of this came from, but it's been fun. So Jennifer Melodia, she has been here. We joke she's been here since the beginning of time, and literally she has been here since before FSBIT even came in-house with their adjusters. So she was working for the TPA before that, and so she's been handling school board claims since 1998, and she lives out off of Pine Island, but is still always trying to find her next beach vacation, even though it's right in her backyard. So Cheryl Poole, she handles for Okaloosa, and she's been with Fisbit since 2021. She worked with the Florida League of Cities, been doing workers' comp since 1991. So, and she's obsessed. She used that word. She is obsessed with puzzles. And Lisa Morales, she handles some of Alachua, Okeechobee, and Santa Rosa. She was here 4 years recently, but she's been in the industry for 29 years. She has other licenses. Her husband and they own an agency, so they do some like health and things like that she isn't really involved with. But just a fun fact about her that she has a wide range of knowledge with the insurance industry. She's also a professional actor in her free time, and actually I was able to get a terrible screenshot of a episode that she was in on the Oprah Winfrey Network for the series David Meets Man Season 2, just in case anybody's interested. So it's one of her passions. Heather Chasen, she is our newest adjuster. She started with Fisbit in March of 22. She was the assistant and wanted to do more and took on the role officially in April of 2024 and handles for St. John's. Prior to Fisbit, she was the only female owner of a tree service business in Tallahassee that was very successful. And am I out of range? And she, sold the business and wanted to do something different. So we're glad to have her. Candace Garrett, she came to us in July of 2024. She's got so much knowledge on a lot of investigation strategies and misrepresentation, the SIU side of things. She's been in the business since 1997, and she has 14-year-old fraternal twins, a boy and a girl, and one of them has Down syndrome, and it's very rare for one to have and not the other. So, B is our newest addition to adjusting. She's been doing it for quite some time, but she kind of handles our medical-only claims, just our minor medical claims. And she has a spot in New Smyrna that she likes to get away to whenever she can. Colby, she just started with us earlier this year, and she's got some experience in the medical field. But she is currently doing the assistant role for the adjusters, and she actually grew up speaking Italian whenever she was younger. So I wanted to talk about just the dynamics of the team and what I think makes the team so awesome. Skill is, we just went through everybody's history. We've definitely got years of experience with everybody, but years of experience doesn't always equal skill. And our team has, I call it the it factor. They can really operate, they get it, we have a really great team right now with what their capabilities are, even if they don't have as much experience. Collaboration and communication, obviously that's always so important. We're constantly communicating. We have we call it the family work chat, and it's a text, and we're always passing information, back and forth, and even the personal side of it. Everybody likes each other. We're invested in each other, and it really makes us work very well together. Excuse me. And they also do a lot of collaboration, within other departments. If there is looks like a trend for something that could be a safety issue, they will, notify Dave Mathis, that there could be an issue with something for him to look into. Excuse me. They also have subrogation claims. If you have a bus driver who's injured because a car ran into the bus, we can recover money potentially from, the at-fault driver. But we don't always know, because the formula for recovery is based upon how much that claim would be worth in the auto industry. And, we're work comp adjusters. So, often we'll have to kind of reach out and team with CJ's team and, kind of try to find out, where that value is so that we can get the most amount of money back for you guys in that. Every month we have what we call a wind down. That's WINE apostrophe D. And we'll do it about 4:30. We'll talk about anything that we need to talk about, and then if everybody just wants to grab a glass of wine or a beverage of choice, and then we just we'll chit chat. We'll talk about other claims. We talk about personal stuff just to keep that connection going, and that's been super important as well. So creativity. This goes back to a lot of other things, but of these different dynamics. But in workers' comp, and you almost feel like you're playing a game of chess sometimes. Everything's about strategy and how you're going to handle things, and the newest thing comes up because the opposing counsels will now start picking on this, and you're constantly having to re-strategize and figure out a different angle into the claim. And this team is so great with coming up with just different little ideas. We'll talk a little bit about our prescription challenge a little bit later, but together we've come up with like the pharmacy selection form, which you guys should be getting to your injured workers to have them go ahead and designate a pharmacy right off the bat, because by the time they get to a doctor's office, they may be dispensing in-house, which is going to cost us a ton more money. So we've gotten ways to get around that, or get this pharmacy form to say, no, this is the pharmacy they selected, not to fill it at your office where we're going to pay $500 more for that same medication. So they've come up with different ways to deal with it on the doctor side, and letters that they send to the doctor, just always trying something different to see what's going to be the best, the best bang for the buck with that. So passion. Again, this team has so much passion. I like to say that, in my past life, whenever I was, working for a private, I love to be able to use my superpowers here. It's like using your superpowers for good versus, evil. And every one of these adjusters feel that way, that you feel like you have more of a purpose. We have a saying that every dollar we save can stay in the classroom, and they all embody that. They all believe that, and that's what they operate on. Adaptability. We've had all kinds of changes in the last year, from going EDI in-house, where we're filing through our system, and that has been a big challenge to make sure all of our data is matched up, going into 2 different systems and making sure that everything's the exact same. And recently we've got the bill review, that's had, we've had to adapt to different, strategies and things like that. I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but and everything from Microsoft Office, has changed. Adobe has changed, and it doesn't come without some heartburn or some complaining. But their willingness to just plant their feet and take it straightforward is really incredible. What this team does. Accountability. Again, I think that goes back to passion, because they believe in what they do and they hold themselves accountable. There's not a whole lot of management. They make my job so much easier because they do the right thing. They're proactive with things, and it's their passion, to get things done. Cross-training. We've developed a couple little programs for, say, like our claims assistant, whoever's sitting in that position. If they have the desire to move up in the future, we have Candace actually has kind of headed up a training program. And we also, of course, cross-train within ourselves, because every district's different. They have different needs. And so everybody, wants to know the whole picture so that they can service, the district if the adjuster's out on vacation or whatnot. But, we obviously believe in trying to grow our people and make sure that they're the best that they can be. So they find that that's a big value to them. Efficiency, we're always looking for ways, to be efficient. Sorry. One of the ways that one of the things with efficiency is using the right vendors or using the right doctors and making sure that they have a plan and executing it. And FSBIT for efficiency, one of the things that we did was add that medical only position. And what it has allowed us to do is to take a claim, and if it's something that's not a big deal, then it can be handled by our medical only adjuster, and she will handle that claim, and it gives the lost time adjuster just the time to be able to get into the larger claims and really handle them well and spend that time so that they can mitigate some of the cost and expenses. So they'll reassign the claim if they find out that it's a medical only claim that they want to send over to B. The service, the claims assistant, Colby, she's been extremely helpful to get some of the administrative tasks done. She'll set up appointments for referrals. She'll collect files if we have a referral to a legal or something along those lines. Then she'll take care of getting all of that file material so that it can be sent over, saving the adjuster time from doing all just the little paperwork details. So another thing that we've been working on is vendor contracts and just relationships, evaluating strengths in every vendor. I said earlier that I think our team has the it factor. They are extremely picky and have very high standards of our vendors. We want vendors that also have the it factor, to create that efficiency and the good results, that ultimately lead to cost savings. Multiple partnerships for service. So I'm a fan of never having all of your eggs in one basket. If you have, we have multiple, right now we're doing actually a pilot program to bring on another therapy vendor, and that allows us to, be dynamic. If you've got one therapy vendor who is not always, they're going through some turnover or they're having some issues, we've got somebody else that's solid, that we can rely upon so that we don't have an interruption in service. So we're always trying to make sure that we've got options and, that the options are cost effective. One of the pilot program that we're going to start later this month, they are offering us a percentage below fee schedule. Well, the other contract that we have is for a daily rate. Now, the reports that we get from them say that our average is about 30% below fee schedule. The daily rate's easy, because the adjuster knows this is how much each visit's going to cost, so it's easy for reserving. There's good things behind it, but we thought, let's try this and go with this model, because it'll also test to make sure that we do have the cost savings that they say we have, with the other vendor. So, doing little things like that to make sure that service is important, but to make sure that we are getting the best cost savings, for the services that are out there. So reviewing bills for appropriate time spent, making sure that we're looking at the bills from the vendors to make sure that it correlates with, conversations, that we've had or letters that we've received or just the different work, that's been done on the file. So Japari is another partner that is with the bill review side of things, and we're working to try to get as many of our providers that we use onto Japari so that we have that efficiency and the billing can come through their system, and instead of us getting paper bills so that we have to process. So a lot of the adjusters are asking, for these letters that are inviting, Japari on, because obviously it's easier for them, and it just makes the whole process so much easier. So that efficiency and trying to get all of and when we're doing this pilot program, we're making sure that new vendors that come on, that's a requirement. You're going to bill through Japari. Loading contract pricing into StrataCare. We have a lot of doctors that we have to use sometimes, and they may not accept fee schedule. They may bill, and tell us that we have to pay X amount of whatever they're charging. There's good and bad to that. It's costing us more than it would with maybe another physician that would take fee schedule, but that physician has really good results and may not do surgery as much, so there's a balance, in the long run when we're deciding, who to use. But putting these contracts into StrataCare allows us to pay bills correctly the first time, and we're not having to spend a lot of time looking at every bill and making sure that it's priced per contract and things like that. So that's something that gathering those all up together and making sure that we're getting those loaded in so that we can be efficient with our billing and get things paid so that we can get claims closed as quickly as possible. Back-end audits of the contract pricing, like I said before, we've got these different amounts, and you really don't know, are you really saving 30%? And so doing some of these audits to just make sure, one of the things about StrataCare, for some reason, they can either run it through fee schedule, or you have contract pricing. You have a set price, like that day rate versus the 30% below whatever the fee schedule is. And for some reason, StrataCare can't do both. They can't run it through and then give you a 30% discount. So we're kind of having to say, okay, we're going to expect that you're going to bill us at the rate, the 30% off, and we're going to pay as you present, but we're going to do these back-end audits, to make sure that we're seeing those savings and that they're billing us like they should. So strengthening partnerships through communication and meetings with medical provider clinics. I know, just recently in Charlotte, we, got on a call with Prime, Medical to address some things. I've gone out to Okeechobee and done some meetings with their wellness center. It's probably need another one now, I think, but we're always willing to go out and have these conversations, go out and chat. And we do have some of the prescription things that we've got going on. We will send a vendor out, who has relationships. David Jackson, who you'll hear from later, he's very good at going out and trying to mitigate, some of these things, or try to, get them to operate in a way that we need them to. So those are some, just tools that we use to make sure, but we're always willing to go out and talk to new providers. I think that's another one at Okeechobee. I think we've got to go out and see about some new orthopedics, and just going out and letting them know, who we are, what you guys do, you all's return to work program, make sure that everybody understands and knows, so that, we're getting good results, from them. So this is just an update on the physician dispensing. Just quickly, the doctors' offices have figured out that they can dispense medication out of their office and charge, at the fee schedule. And just for example, Celebrex, if they dispense it in their office, it's going to cost about $580. If they go to Publix or wherever their regular pharmacy is and use the pharmacy card that we, provide them with our PBM, it's about $36. So it's a huge difference, and of course then there's questions about, well, why are you prescribing this medication? Is it just because that's what you stock, or is this what's really appropriate? So there's been some litigation over it, and the state actually changed the rules in, I think it was April of 2023, that kind of blocked us from being able to deny these things, because they're dispensing them. They're sending them out the door. Here's your next appointment. Oh, and here's your meds. They're not asking for authorization. You know, we're not able to review the treatment and say, yes, that's appropriate, or no, it's not. They're just sending it. So we've been denying it and saying, no, 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 you didn't give authorization, and the statute says that you have to get authorization. But the state came in and made a rule and changed it to where you have to have authorization and medical necessity. So now that's that two-part thing that we have to question. And so there's some litigation over that rule, and it went to the DCA in January of 2024, and we still do not have a response on that. So we do have quite a bit of bills that are locked up in this litigation, and we don't know, and the state's kind of dragging, not wanting to make a decision on it because they know, you know, we're all sitting here going, any day, the DCA is finally going to, you know, put something out. You know, we're hoping that it's going to go in our favor, but it is, you know, it could be a pretty large expense with as many bills as we have pending. But again, we are, we've come up with a plan. You know, we've got the pharmacy selection forms. We have these very specific authorization letters. We're responding to DWC 25s whenever they come out. Hey, you know, we've got it. We're checking into it. Send us the notes, you know, things like that. Because there's a rule that says you have to respond within a certain period of time or you lose the medical necessity right. But it's a lot. And so trying to make sure that, you know, we're catching everything, but, you know, having all of these additional tools with the claims assistant, the medical only, it's, you know, I think it's helped us be more successful to, you know, to be on track with that.
Krista, just to explain a little bit about the cost, when you said, oh, it's quite a bit of cost, we've really cost delayed, correct? There's not additional costs incurred unless we decide to do some legal battles or something like that. So really, we've just kind of kicked that financial can down the road a little bit as far as paying those out, going ahead and doing a denial. So there's not an additional cost that will incur to the claims per se. It's really just a matter of delaying that will impact the casualty loss fund. That's correct?
Well, if we prevail,
right,
you know, then we owe nothing.
If there's a denial, though, if we don't prevail, then what are the implications to the claim for that?
It would just be paying for the medication.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we're paying for what we already denied, and so really it's again back to that cost mitigation. But as far as the claim goes, we're just delaying that payment. So I just wanted to make sure that we wasn't going to cost them a lot more. The nice thing, there's not a penalty.
There's no penalties,
for us to go
interest.
ahead and contest this. So that's kind of why we've let this kind of play out that way.
Right. Yes. That is yes. Thank you for that clarification. Yes. No. It's you know, always weighing, you know, what's better, and in this realm it's kind of a no-brainer, you know. I mean, the only thing it costs us is some extra work, you know, to respond to these kind of things. So that was a no-brainer, you know, for us. And again, you know, we've got other strategies, sending out, you know, our nurse case managers, you know, who are having these kind of conversations with them to go, listen, they're going to find somebody else. They're going to go elsewhere. We're going to, you know, we have other tools that we can use, but it's kind of like the nuclear option, you know, and we don't really want to go there yet. So, you know, we're just trying to mold things, you know, so that we have, you know, a better outcome with it, and not, you know, burn the whole thing down and have to start over. So just any questions or suggestions? We want to, you know, make sure if you guys obviously, you know, feel like you've got a need for us to come out and talk to any of your, you know, initial providers, orthopedics, whoever, if we need to help find new providers, not in Gainesville. Sorry, it's a dead zone. Same with Tallahassee. But actually we do. I was talking to David Jackson last night, and I think we've got some opportunity with Shands now. So, you know, but that's it. You know, we're always just trying to find, you know, what is the next best. And so if you guys hear anything, you know, if you all, you know, talking, you know, with your counterparts that are maybe, you know, neighboring, you know, and you hear who they're using or whatnot, and we don't know about it, you know, throw it out to your adjuster, because they're all game for finding the best solution and being cost effective with it. Any questions?
We're a few minutes early on the presentation, but David promises to be quite entertaining and talkative. So, David, if you're okay, we'll get you started, and Crystal do introductions. We do have a break scheduled. We'll just keep rolling. If you need to slip out, go ahead, but we will take a break after David finishes as well. So we'll get some time in there. But if you need to go, you need a snack or a restroom break, feel free to slip out.
Sorry, I should have brought my water up here. I'm like, ugh, I'm sticky. This is Dave Havlicek. He is with the firm Goodman and McGuffey. I always say that wrong. And he's one of our defense attorneys. Some of you guys may have, I think Gadsden, I know, Mike, sorry. Some of you guys may be aware, have had some cases with him. But when I talk about, having an effective vendor that has the it factor, Dave, that's Dave, for me. So I'm sure he'll have good stuff to tell you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. It's always something when you have such a build-up like that. I feel like I have to really rise to the occasion here. So, but then we have a topic of workers' compensation, legal stuff, where everybody looks at it and they go like, well, I think I have something else better to do, because in Florida, it's usually not nice. We good? Pardon me? Okay, is that ready to go? I just got to hit it? Okay. So I'll just go ahead and just talk about some other stuff while we're waiting here. But my name's Dave Havlicek. I'm with the law firm. I'm an equity partner with Goodman McGuffey. We're in Florida, of course. I'm the managing partner, equity partner for the whole entire state of Florida. We also have offices in Georgia, in North Carolina, South Carolina, but really doesn't pay attention to you. I'm just trying to kill time right now until my presentation comes up. I've been handling workers' compensation claims for 26 years. We started off in the days when you actually had to show up to the courthouses, and only way you can find out what an order is to look through a clipboard that's hanging outside the judge's office. So over all the years now, where the orders are on DOA, you can look up and see everything from across the state. So the technology has changed, and so has the practice of law. That has definitely changed over all the years. I sit there and I try to tell a lot of my younger attorneys the way it used to be, and they're like, what do you mean, you had paper files? Yeah, we actually had to tab things to look at things and get things ready for trial. So what we're going to talk about today is called proactive legal tactics. And this is proactive legal tactics. This is kind of like this is actually how I defend my claims. And if you take a proactive approach to files, it will save costs on you in the end. So when you compare it, what's the difference of proactive? Everybody goes like, what's proactive, reactive, and all this type of stuff? Sounds like a science class. But reactive litigation is basically when you're just only defending against what the claimant is presenting. Whatever's in the petition for benefits, you're focusing your whole entire defense upon whatever's at issue. Your discovery's limited. I don't mean in the way of subpoenaing records. I'm talking about you're only taking part in your discovery while there's a petition. Other than that, you kind of leave the file alone and let the file develop, and where nothing's really happening. Usually the attorneys who take this type of approach, they take short depositions. What do I mean by that? In contrast to a full deposition, you'll go ahead and anticipate other injuries, you'll be more thorough, and that way, if another issue arises later on in the claim, you'll be ready for it. Because in the legal world, you have one shot to take a deposition from the date of accident to whenever you take it. Then after that, you can only take new issues going forward. So if you don't ask it in the first deposition, you're going to be, barred from asking questions. Reactive as well, only focusing your arguments to whatever the claimant has at trial, and also to your legal defenses that you're going to look at are only for the petition for benefits. For proactive, you want to establish a theory. This is what we'll talk about here today. You want to subpoena records. You want to take full depositions, detailed history, have conferences with doctors, and then the most important thing when you go to trial, you want to put on your case. You don't want to try to negate what the other party's trying to do. So to begin with, what you need to do, you have to understand your defense. What defense are you going to go ahead and raise? What's your theory of the case? Not every single one's going to be the same. There's not going to be a cookie cutter saying I'm going to raise fraud in every single case. That's not going to work. I wish it would. It'll be a short day. We will really minimize a lot of our costs. But that's the perfect world that we do not live in. So you have to look at things like intoxication, misconduct, refusal of suitable income. That's a very popular one. Voluntary limitation of income. Subsequent accidents are huge to shut down files. So once you go ahead and you identify what your defense is, you get that from square one. You kind of start to cultivate your defense about securing evidence. So right after an accident, it's very important to start preserving evidence after the accident. Number one, video. If you have any video of the accident, ask. That should be one of your first questions. Where did the accident happen? Do we have any video? And I'll show you in a minute how important it is. Is there any pictures of the injury? Pictures of clothes, the shoes, the boots, what kind of shoes are they wearing? Boots. I have an individual right now, it's a case that's happening, that he said a tree fell on top of his foot. He was wearing composite grade shoes, but he had severe lacerations where you could see the metatarsal bones. So the question is, how did he cut his foot if the boots were never torn, damaged, or whatever? Well, no one ever got pictures of it. No one got pictures of this or that. So the more you can preserve it at the time of the accident, the better you are. Statements of witness, claimant statements, have the claimant put down the statement, because I guarantee you it's going to change. Especially when you get a claimant's attorney, it's going to change as well. I'm not biased or anything, but don't worry about that. Obtain personal file, wage records, time off requests. I always say create a timeline of events, because what's going to happen is sometimes the person will be asking off, maybe came from vacation. The timeline will establish a possible theory of maybe this didn't happen, maybe there's a major contributing cause. So make sure you go in and establish as much as you can at the time of the accident, because over time things will disappear. Video will be erased. Now, this right here is an accident. This is the actual case I have, okay? If we did not have this video, this is of a lady who's a truck driver. She said that she pulled into the dock, and her sworn testimony is that she was walking and tripped right by the barrel, fell flat face, right on her face and onto her arm, and she hurt her arm, okay? Well, if you had that reported to begin with, and that was your accident, and you had nothing to prove otherwise, you're going to be pretty much stuck with that case. You're talking about, injury to shoulders and injury to the arm, and more than likely it'll move up to her neck, because she probably had pre-existing treatment in her neck. And this is what actually happened. You tell me what happened in this case. She's a good driver. She can definitely pull right up in there good. And she told all the doctors, too, that she was walking and tripped and fell. And if there's any football fans out here, watch this. That's it. I'm hiding here. I'm going to get up. I grab my wrist. And then she walks in. But she went to the doctors. She went and she testified to all this. But without having this evidence, without preserving the fact that she ducked behind a barrel and grabbed her wrist, we're talking, we would have probably ended up paying for shoulder surgery, elbow surgery. She probably would have brought her neck into it, because I have a saying, pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. And what they do, once they see the claims accepted, they'll keep on going. Next thing you go head, shoulders, knees, and toes. And you're like, how do we get a hangnail related? But that's what happens. These claimant attorneys, I'm not biased or anything, but they're going to file the claims. And you're going to be sitting there pulling your hair out saying, how did we get here? And another one, this is a very famous case, and this came from one of the adjusters who worked with you all back when she worked in ISU, but she actually worked on this case here. Now this right here, we're going to have some audio on this one. This is an actual news case where a person saw an opportunity, decided, you can even see at the moment when she decided, hey, let's file a workers' comp. So without this video, you're talking about a totally different type of case. You can't make this stuff up, and this was a great case. But okay, now here's the thing about it though, proactive. When you get video like this, you never confront the claimant, okay? You have to let them, this is part of your strategy. This is part of your proactive defense strategy, because they can always say, oh, I forgot, I had a head thing. You have to allow it to go to a deposition. You have to allow them to go to medical. You got to let them, what I call, hang themselves. A lot of people say, well, is that entrapment? Is that no, because you're not forcing them to not tell the truth. And you're not doing this. But having this type of evidence at the beginning of the claim can definitely mitigate your expenses you have on there. And then the other part about it is having legal counsel. I'm not trying to pat myself on or trying to boast myself, but you have to have, I'm being serious, you have to have legal counsel that knows how to use it and knows how to set up the claim, because the claim is just not going to pop and form on its own. You have to make this stuff happen. So then after you get all your evidence, you have everything you have. Now the Florida statute 440.13.4c allows you to go ahead and have communication with the medical providers. Everyone knows this, but the one thing some people don't really realize is that you can actually go talk to their unauthorized doctors too. The doctors will give you pushback on HIPAA. They'll tell you, like, we can't talk to you, blah, 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 blah. And some of them you can convince, some of you can't. But knowing that you can actually go talk to the other doctors, for example, if you know a prior medical treatment and you don't want to secure the records, you can call them up. Was it true that you treated him for a cervical herniation in his neck? As long as the discussion has to be reasonably related to the condition that they're seeking compensation for, you're protected. But if you're starting to talk about something totally different, you got to be careful, because you can start getting into some type of HIPAA violation. And another thing that's going on here too is, this is a new movement, is a lot of the claimant attorneys, they're focusing on who's talking to the doctors, because they're trying to bring up a HIPAA claim or some type of HIPAA violation, invasion of privacy. And the statute only provides the carrier, the rehab provider, or the attorney. So if someone doesn't meet the definition, what the definition is 440.491, you may be running into some other problems, and a lot of these claimant attorneys, they're looking to go ahead and pursue these causes of action. Now this is something else that's becoming a hot topic in workers' compensation, especially in the state of Florida. Any type of communication with your nurse case manager or rehabilitation provider, realize that when you have communications with them, it's a third party, it's discoverable. So any email you send, any letter that goes on, make sure that's not something in there that can give rise to a civil cause of action against you, because those are on the rise as well. They're bringing causes of action for HIPAA violations, and we'll get into that on the next slide. But just keep in mind, and also keep in mind, when you get that email, there could be a big chain of emails that are going down there. So when you forward something, especially from your defense counsel, and you say, hey, listen, I think we can get this person for fraud, let's go ahead and have a conference with the doctor. Then you take that and you accidentally forward it to your nurse case manager. Nurse case manager goes, oh, you're looking to do fraud. You got to be careful with this, okay? Because the rehabilitation or the nurse case manager has an ethical duty to the claimant to be neutral and also look out for their best interest. That can become a violation, and that can also be a cause of action. So really be careful how you say it, how you classify, and how you word your emails. Because claimant attorneys, they're asking for all nurse case manager notes, they're asking for emails, and they will actually put together a timeline of the emails to see if you have everything. And part of your adjuster's notes too could be considered discoverable, especially if they have communications with nurse case managers and so forth. So always be mindful of what you put in there. Civil tort, this is rising out of course, everybody knows the big hot spot. Where is it? Miami, Florida, South Florida. They're starting to file civil torts for breach of ethical rules by nurse case managers. The trend is what they're trying to do is to file against nurse case managers and also try to bring the carriers in, especially if there's any type of damaging or degrading or any type of thing against the claimant's interest that could show any type of tortious interference or the breach of the fiduciary duty. I've had a couple that I've seen that they're trying to raise fraud, which is not going to apply. But just keep in mind, this goes into the Aguilera type of defense where it has to be some type of act that will have to shock the conscience of a civilized community. And they know it's not going to go anywhere against a carrier, but they do it to try to raise red flags and get supervisors and everyone else looking at your file. So when we go back to now our proactive litigation, we start looking at, well, where are we going to subpoena records from? Where do you look for it? Well, you look at claimant's deposition, health insurance records. Health insurance records are a hotbed. You can just find out all the prior providers that the claimant had insurance. Prior employer can be contacted as well. Say if I worked for, let's say McDonald's. Well, you don't know if they had insurance. You can contact McDonald's and find out who they had insurance with. Then you can subpoena the records from that healthcare provider. Then the next step you want to do in proactive tactics is you want to cross-reference the medical records that you have and you received with possibly the health insurance records. Because believe it or not, don't be shocked on this one. I know you're all going to fall to your chairs in a second, but sometimes The medical providers don't give you all the records. I know it's a shocker. I know it's a big shocker, but that's what happens. They don't give you everything. Pharmacy records are a hotbed. You can look in there because the pharmacy records identify all the doctors. Of course, everyone knows about ISO reports and medical canvas search. So we said, what are we going to do? We're going to subpoena everything, and boy, my costs are going to go up, and next thing they're going to go, wow, we're spending a lot of money. How much money are you talking about saving? But you really don't have to. Because, first of all, I'll get to this. Medical records, what you're going to look for a proactive, you're going to look for, the medical histories are always a hotbed. You want to look at the major contributing cause things, how it happened, what the claimant's saying. The past medical records is seeing if they had the same injury and how he said or how she said it, how it occurred. Statements on the onset, you want to go ahead and pay attention to that. Statements of physical capabilities and restrictions, because all this information could come into a defense later on in the claim. Now, when you look at health insurance records, so where you can do more of a laser-pointed type of subpoena of records, is when you get the health insurance records. This is an example of one, and if you can see up here where those red lines are, those are the diagnostic codes. So you can look up all the diagnostic codes and see which body part they actually treated for. So before you even send a subpoena, you know what type of records are going to be there. And when I'm sending out subpoenas, and I'm starting to say if a person had like a prior low back injury, and all of a sudden I send a subpoena out and I hit with records, and I get back, here's prior records, and I start sending the opposing counsel, and every time I send out a subpoena, I hit pay dirt on it. It sends the message to the other attorney that every time a subpoena goes out, it's not good for my case. So if I start doing that, then of course, I'm doing it because I know what the records say, but then sometimes I may just send some out just for litigation tactic and say, well, I got 5 more going out there, even though I know they're not going to give me anything. And it's kind of like you get hit 3 times in the face, and the 4th time you think you're going to get hit. So I said, listen, I got 5 more coming out there. It's looking good for your client. And what they do, they end up wanting to settle the case. Because the fear of the unknown is greater than actually getting the actual records at times.
Hey, David, can you back up to the ISO reports? Because we may have a few people who aren't familiar with what that is and that.
Oh, I got it here. It's coming up in a second.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah. I'm taking care of y'all. I'm taking it step by step.
I should have known.
Medical canvas are very important. So when you're talking to the claimant, you'll find out where they lived, or look in the personnel file, find out where they live, because you can also subpoena or do a medical canvas search in wherever they used to live, especially if they said they relocated recently. I have a claimant right now who lived in Michigan for the past 3 years. He's only been here for 2 years, but then he came and worked for my client for less than, I think, 2 weeks, and all of a sudden he has this massive back injury. It's very suspicious. But of course, we're going to go ahead and do a medical canvas in Michigan, where he lived, because more than likely they think, believe it or not, in this day and age, they think you're never going to find it. But you will find it. So this is like an example with a medical canvas. I know the majority of people have seen this. If you haven't seen this, it lists, you can do searches for chiropractic, diagnostic testing, which is your MRIs, emergency rooms, pretty much any type of doctor you want. And of course, they charge you by how many different providers. But they can actually tell you if they have records, if they don't have records. So once again, you can limit the amount of subpoenas. You can identify records and take more of a proactive approach to mitigate your exposure on the file. Now here's an ISO. This is a good one here. So of course you can do an ISO search. What this provides to you, you search on, and this was their what I call a career claimant, as you can see by all the blue cases that they had. And it gives you a listing of, what type of case was it, a motor vehicle accident, workers' comp, slip and fall, when they report it to an insurance company. And a lot of insurance companies are very good at documenting the medical providers, the type of injury, who the other attorney is. And don't be shocked when you see it, because it may be the same attorney that you have on your case. And that other attorney that you have on your case is denying that they never represented the guy before. But it happens. So this will give you, like for example here, this was a collision, there was a bodily injury on the bottom, and they had neck, left shoulder pain, prior back pain, and actually had surgery. They documented surgery. So if you have a claimant, once again, that denied all prior low back treatment, you pull up an ISO like this, that's great information. So now when you're looking at it, you're going to say, what type of case am I going to bring? You look at the history that they provided to the doctor, he denied it. You may be looking at fraud. But then again, you don't want to confront the claimant at this time. You don't want to raise it to the claimant, because the one thing that will go ahead and defeat any fraud defense, does anybody know what it is? It's like the kryptonite to Superman. Evidence. Yeah, that kills them though, but the thing that kills our defense is the truth. It's simple. if they tell the truth and they went to the doctor and they were honest, that will kill our fraud defense because now we're looking at major contributing cause. And that's the amazing thing about how powerful the fraud defense is. And I'm not trying to make it all about fraud, but this is one of the proactive type of litigation tactics that can have an effect on it. If they just tell the truth, your claim will go away. I mean, your defense will go away. So now after you have all these medical records, the question is here, to get or not to get the records, that is the question. Once we know of all this stuff, should you do it from the actual adjusting standpoint, or when should you actually make a move on it? Well, that's going to be a case-by-case basis, but I just want to bring some things to your attention, that if you go ahead and you get in possession of those records, and you have those records, and they show something that you should have denied the claim, and you failed to do so, your defenses are going to go away because you waived your ability. You could have waived, if you accept it under 120, you don't do it within 120 days, then you're going to lose your ability to deny it. If you have the records in your possession and it shows that it's not work-related and you did not deny it, but you have it and they could show that you had it, but you continue to provide treatment, it's going to be a waiver of that defense. If you have fraud as well, you have a duty, I mean, you have to take some type of action. But the other thing that, from a defense standpoint, if I know we have it and say, I was representing you on a claim, I would say, listen, we're going to be very quiet about it. We're going to get the guy's deposition testimony. We're going to let him go to a specialist, to an orthopedic, because orthopedic doctors or specialist doctors, they will stick to their medical opinion. PCPs, they'll waiver. They'll say, I don't know, he may have told me this, or she may have told me this. They'll waiver. The specialists are like a nail in a coffin. I'm just saying it because it's Halloween coming up. So that's really what it's like. So you want to get to a point, it's strategy. Then once we get done with the claimant's deposition and he denies or she denies it all, it's kind of like a movie out of Braveheart or Gladiator. You know, you say, unleash the fury and all the arrows go flying. Then we send out all the subpoenas, and all the subpoenas are to the right people, and it sends a message. So, but you always have to think about it. When you get the records, you may want to wait and formulate it after they're going to go ahead and litigate. Because you could deny the claim for major contributing cause, which will force them to get an attorney. It will help you facilitate your defense. This is another good one here. Surveillance and social media. In this day and age, everybody loves talking about themselves. Everybody wants everyone to know, hey, I went to Target today. I went here. I did this. And they had to post everything that they've done. Well, for us and in the defense world, that's gold because you're giving us free statements. And then sometimes people, they go ahead and they start doing activities that they think that you're not going to find. So surveillance is great, but you need to know when you need to go ahead and send it out. A proactive defense strategy is you want to send it out on a day that they're going for medical treatment or they're making some type of statement. A statement in a deposition or going to the doctor on that day. And the reasoning behind that is because if you take it on different days that have nothing to do with medical treatment, what they're going to tell you is, well, I was having a good day. And you're in this good day, bad day type of drama. Well, it was a good day, it was a bad day. It's like coming home from work with your spouse. How was your day today? It was a good day. Oh, great, I'm glad to hear that, so we can have a nice dinner tonight. So you want to always be strategic of when you assign it, when you don't. A couple days before with a medical appointment, depositions, that's something fantastic. Now this next slide or this next video right here I have, oh wait, let me go back to the social media. Be very careful about what social media you're viewing injured workers on. Like Facebook, if you go on there and you're using your own account, it will show up for them saying, do you know so-and-so? Do you know Attorney Dave Havlicek? You know, no, who's that? Oh, that's a defense attorney. He's showing up. He must be looking at my stuff. And if they know you're looking at it, they'll either put some bogus stuff up on there to cause problems, or they'll just go dead silent. The second thing is you want to make sure that you get an investigator, because you need to be able, if you find something good, you got to get it into evidence. So an investigator, you could do it as a business record. You could have them do it as part of their investigation of what they found. So if you find something good, secure an investigator, have them pull all the social media as soon as possible, because as soon as they find out, trust me, it will go away. This next one right here, this one we're going to have some audio on, and this is priceless. This is an actual claim I had. This is a guy, believe it or not, when you see this guy, he had an injury where he said he was out of work. Well, he went to the doctor. He had so much back pain, they placed him at no work status for 16 weeks. And during that 16 weeks, I started doing some, to me it didn't make sense, and you'll see why in a second. I'll go ahead and put this up here. Here's what this guy looks like. He's a monster, okay? He's a bodybuilder. I'm thinking, this guy does not have a back injury. So I started doing research. I went to Google University, and on Google University, I ran his stuff, and I found it, and I ended up finding him here at the same time. Now remember, no work for 16 weeks, and listen to this guy. I didn't even take the guy's deposition, because this is how good it is. Here it goes. I'll let it speak for itself.
My first shot. Yeah, first one, figured 35, why not, see what happens. How long have you been training? My whole life, but competitively, these past 16 weeks I've trained for this shot. So I'm real happy with the outcome.
Listen, it gets better.
Really good time. You don't see bodybuilders with full beards like you got. I gotta be a little different, bring that green Spartacus style, people love it, the Viking. So how long did you diet for the show? I would start 16 weeks prep. So yeah, quite a bit, but I want to put on a little more size before I started to cut down and made light heavies at 190. So yeah. What motivated you to compete? You've been training for a long time? I train hard, I train heavy, I give it my all, I live the lifestyle, so I can't make this stuff up.
I mean, you can't make this stuff up. But here's the difference. Here's a guy who is getting paid TTD benefits because we had to accept it and we had to do this. But if you don't have a proactive defense and you're not going after this, you'll never know about this. But this was gold. The case ended after this. I didn't even have to take the guy's deposition. I wanted to depose the guy. I just went ahead and I just made the video because I knew there's nothing the guy could say. He said everything right there. That was the case. My whole trial would just be playing the video. That's it. So, and we ended up prevailing on misrepresentation on that one. All right. Now, depositions. When you're handling claims and your defense attorney's on there, make sure the depositions, it's a full deposition. You want to anticipate other injuries because we know we have the rolling injuries. You want to go ahead, if you have like a knee injury, anticipate a low back injury. If you have a shoulder injury, anticipate a neck injury. Get deposition testimony of whether if they had any prior pain, symptom, or discomfort in those areas beforehand, which they're going to deny. So then maybe now it's not relevant to your case now, but later on, of course, we have that shoulder injury. It's going to move it to the neck at one time or another. That if we find medical records or when we're doing our discovery, we see prior neck, we're ready to assert a major contributing cause of misrepresentation defense. So that's something to keep in mind. You want to get testimony in a deposition that's going to support your defenses. You want to get your theory. You want to just go in there and know what type of case, which starts in the beginning when you talk to your adjuster when the claim comes in. Of course, a deposition to be addressing past medical providers, prior injuries, details of mechanism of injury, and most importantly, too, I'm going to throw this in there, if they're no longer working for you, you need to know where they're working, what jobs they've had, and we'll get to the reason from that. And after you get all this stuff, always do a timeline of events. I'm a big timeline guy because when you start putting this timeline together, sometimes things just don't add up. And if there's a reason why it's not adding up, because more than likely it's fabricated statements that's being made. Deposition of doctors too. If you got a doctor who's over the top and is relating no matter what, you know what? Don't try to fight it. Don't try to settle on the medical records. You're not going to convince them. If you know you have an over the top or what I call a biased doctor, you keep them in the dark. All right? So what you'll do is you go get their deposition testimony, and when you get them locked into that deposition and you can tell regarding their prior medical history and they don't know about like the extensive stuff, at the deposition all you have to do is get the doctor to admit that this information was never provided, or it could be subsequent employment. I mean, it can be things like, say the person said that they can't return back to work, but then they went to other jobs, or their physical capabilities. They're saying, doctor, I can't perform this, or put it this way, they have low back injury and knee injury that's so bad, but then their subsequent job, they're working as a waitress. I mean, all these different avenues could be avenues for misrepresentation offense or maybe a subsequent intervening accident. Because we can say it's not us, it's them. But you have to ask these type of questions. And in this case, you get a doctor in there, you lock him in there. You lock him in there, and then you just say, well, doctor, wouldn't you consider that? I don't need the doctor to say yes. All I need the doctor to say is, yeah, I would consider that part as major contributing cause. And then we're going to win. Because the doctor is not providing within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that our accident is the reason for the treatment because the claimant never told you. Now, I put in the fraud here because some people have fraud kind of misunderstood. Fraud is the known and intentional provision of false, fraudulent, misleading, or the big one that I always focus on is incomplete. And this is where you get into the world of partial truths. Like, yeah, I was in a motor vehicle accident probably like, 5 months ago, but I'm good now. But then you find out that they've been treating the whole entire time. Okay, that could be misleading, but a doctor will always, or anybody else will believe it's incomplete because you're not providing the complete picture. So part of the fraud, what I look for to shut it down is the provision of incomplete information. And then the next prong must be made in support of a claim for workers' compensation benefits. That means to doctors during depositions, and I actually had one actually do it in front of a judge of compensation claims, believe it or not. Okay, the sanction provision is 440.09, says that if you do any of those actions in 440.105, this tells you that your whole entire claim comes to a screeching end. That's your right to deny it, and they get nothing. Now, when you go to court, the judges are going to look at a two-part inquiry. Number one is whether the statement was false. That's really easy. Was it oral or written? The actual body movements and physical, that's not considered a statement underneath the law, so it has to be oral or written. And then the next inquiry is whether at the time that the statement was made, it was made with the inquirer intent to obtain workers' compensation benefits. And that's when everybody says, I didn't know that's what that meant. I didn't know running the red light would cause a car accident. Okay. Now, this is something here. There's a couple of duties that is provided by workers' compensation. The duty of the claimant. The claimant has a duty to provide truthful, responsive, and complete statements made in support of their claim for workers' compensation benefits. The duty of an employer carrier is to provide medical and indemnity benefits that are causally related to the claim. Okay, we don't have a duty to investigate false testimony. But if you have it, you can't turn a blind eye to it. So what does that mean? Case law is Village Apartments. Village Apartments says that the employer carrier has the right to expect that all statements, whether written or oral, are truthful, responsive, and complete. So whatever that claimant tells you is gospel. Okay, I'm relying on it. And you take it as that. Because then afterwards you find contradicting. When I'm taking an adjuster's deposition, had you known that, would you have denied the claim? Oh yeah, but he didn't tell me that. And that's how the defense is actually brought up. Now, I brought this in here because this is one of my pet peeves of doing this for so many years and going to trial. This is an actual case. You want to focus on your case. You don't want to go to trial. If you have a defense attorney that is just trying to negate the other elements of the file or their claim, it's much more difficult to win. In this case here, this is it was actually a real case I had. There was a claimant who was a Mexican worker here on visa. They brought him over from Mexico. They put him inside like a mobile home. There was 8 of them. And what happened was he was attacked. The claimant's theory was he was attacked because the employer housed them and located them in a dangerous area that was prone to crime. And what happened was he was robbed, and when they were robbed, the bad guy came out and he went and shot a bullet in there for no reason, hit the claimant in the head, and took out like a Trivial Pursuit wedge out of his head. And it's amazing that he lived. I mean, it's really a blessing that he lived. But the theory that they were proving that is, hey, we put this in a very, we housed them in a dangerous area in Tampa. How dare you put, these workers in this dangerous area? But that really wasn't what happened. Okay, when I got brought onto the file because another attorney had it and they were going down, they were just trying to defend this dangerous area, which is it dangerous? Yes, no, it could be dangerous. Well, a robbery happened, it must be dangerous. He got shot in the head, it is dangerous. You're not going to go to the judge and argue that. So I delved in a little bit more and I started to get into, well, how did the robbery start? And what happened was the claimant was engaging with a prostitute. Imagine that. And I found out all this. Because I went and I obtained the file from the state attorney's office that they were charging the individual for robbery and attempted murder, and I got the whole truth of it. But if you don't go and obtain this information, you're not going to prevail. So my case was he was engaging with a prostitute that he knew that was illegal, and because he engaged with a prostitute, the prostitute's boyfriend was a guy out of a DRAK gang. It's a real gang. I didn't make this up. It's DRAK, and they have a website and everything, and I'll let the website speak for themselves, what they tell you that they do. As I told you, everybody wants to know everything they're doing, social media, even applies to gangs. So He got out of jail. He's like, hey, I need cash. What are we going to do? Well, I'm hooking up with these Mexicans over here. Let's go get them. So that's what he did. And I actually had the cell phone records from the state attorney. I had the actual video from the state attorney. I had when they actually had their last telephone calls. I had the cell phone towers that they were hitting, showing exactly when they did it, down to the exact 5 minutes when they robbed them. And the whole point of obtaining all of this is to prove, in order to have a compensable accident, the major contributing cause of the accident must arise from a risk created out of employment. So my questions during the depositions were to the other employees, as part of your benefit package here at blah, 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 do they offer prostitution services? No. And it sounds funny, but those are the questions that you have to ask. But when we went to trial, I put on the prostitute case, and I probably said it was amazing. I don't know how many times, it was a lot. But that's the importance of presenting your case and not trying to defend someone else's case. So after all this we're talking about, how does this affect it? How does this affect the case? And these are some of your cases. I'll start with what I call the snub on hub case. This case right here, they made a demand for $500,000. She was claiming that she was entitled to permanent total disability benefits. The reason why, she said, because she was hit in the, I think this is when she was attacked, and she was attacked so badly she was afraid to go back to employment. So she said she could not handle or could not keep any other job because of post-traumatic stress disorder. So they had a claim supporting PTD, saying she could not return back to substantial gainful income because of the work-related accident, because of the fear of being attacked on the job. She applied for Social Security disability benefits, saying the same exact thing. She couldn't hold a job. I got the file, and I noticed that she was no longer with the school. She hasn't been with the school for a very long time. So I started doing some digging, and I realized that she had many jobs. She went to the doctor, and every time she told the doctor that she left the job, it was because of the post-traumatic stress. It was really a sad story. I mean, she tried to do it. So I got all the employment records, which were not obtained previously, and I realized that she was terminated for insubordination. She was a problem child. She applied for the sheriff's office, and the neat thing about sheriff's office records, they do a psychiatric background, they have all these statements on it, and guess what she put down? I don't have anything, I'm fine. Anxiety? No. PTSD? I'm perfect. So all these records came in, so we ended up asserting fraud. So how did it have an effect on the case? You took a $500,000 demand, which they were probably looking to settle between $300,000 and $350,000, and we dropped it down to $45,000 because there were some other injuries that were involved in there. Proactive legal. The other, before I got it, they were just trying to handle MMI. They're saying, let's get her the MMI and let's shut this thing down. I went through the steps I was just telling you. That's an effect on it. Here's another one. Miss Hall, she was great. They had a demand of $75,000. The whole thing was on a psychiatric condition. And this is where fraud can come up in a lot of different areas. It doesn't have to be fraud. It could be major contributing cause. Same thing on the other one we were talking about on Hubbard. It could have been that she was working on that job, and that job aggravated or exacerbated her prior condition, and a subsequent injury. As long as you can show that there was an intervening accident, you can cut off all the benefits. So it doesn't have to be fraud. It could be subsequent intervening accident. It could be a major contributing cause. But if you don't have the facts, you're not going to be able to mitigate your damages. So on Ms. Hall here, she was, this one I was amazed at, and how we actually brought a fraud case on this, is that she wanted treatment for her psychiatric condition. And what happened, she had health insurance, and this is always a red flag too for anyone who wants to look at claims. She had health insurance, and it ended. So she had the workers' comp, then she started saying, well, now I have anxiety. My anxiety has increased. My anxiety has become worse because of this dreadful accident that happened at the school that's just not allowing me to live my life properly. She did admit, partial truth, she did admit that she did have a prior psychiatric history, but it resolved. She went to the authorized treating doctor, the psychiatrist, and told the doctor, I was on the lowest dose of the psychiatric medication. So the doctor said, well, she needs the highest dose. So obviously there was an exacerbation because she told me that she had the lowest dose and she hasn't treated like in the past, I don't know, it was a year or whatever the timeline, but she said she hasn't received it. So he went ahead and said it was related. He said it was compensable. I went ahead and obtained the pharmacy records and I found out that she was still treating. She never stopped treating. The only difference was she was paying for it by herself and she was at the highest dose. So when I went back to the doctor deposition, he agreed that she provided misleading information. He also agreed that what she was doing is very dangerous because now he was doubly prescribing her that she could have inflicted more harm. He flipped on her 100%. We had fraud, nailed it, and we settled it for $7,500. Without going through and handling the files, and I'm not talking about spending a lot of money. I'm talking about making sure you're doing precision, calculated discovery, but presenting your case. If you do this, these are the types of benefits that you can get. If we didn't do this, we didn't obtain that testimony, and we did not bring it to the doctor, you would probably be looking at a settlement probably around maybe $40,000, but you never know. You just never know where it's going to go. But this is where you can save the money. So, do you have any questions? You want to watch the Spartacus video again?
Dave, I wanted to find out if you had any suggestions for, the risk managers in their role, for things, proactively and on the front end, because obviously they're getting all of the new injuries, coming in. Is there anything that you think that they could be looking at, or, any questions, to ask, or do you have any suggestions?
Well, I think, first of all, I think when you're overseeing a claim, and I guess the best thing I could really say is that kind of look at the claim and see, are the steps actually being done? Is the information being provided back to you? I mean, if you're getting records, is there anything there? Or if the claim is dormant and nothing's happening on the file, you may want to ask why. A quiet file is never a good file, because if you're not processing and trying, your best defense is a great offense. So if you could go on the offense and you can actually find it. Now, if you have really nothing and there's nothing really there, then you get in the MMI and go. So like I said, it's not in every case, but the ones you have priors, you have the red flags, you have the canvases, oversee, and when you're managing it, ask, have we done this? Have we even sent out an ISO? Have we looked at a medical canvas? So you can overview and kind of use this format to see if things are happening on the claim. But if there's no ISO, no subpoenas, I mean, I was amazed at a file that I had sent from a client after, probably 4 years. 3 years. I'm sorry, 3 years. The claimant's deposition was never taken. I mean, how can you even evaluate what other type of defenses you have when you've never obtained his statement or her statement? So when you're looking at it from a managerial standpoint, see, is the file moving? What's the theory? What type of claim we have? Ask these questions, because every claim should have some type of character. Some type of, is it just an MMI, return to work? And if they're returning the work, are they returning the work? And for example, if one of the most popular ones is you get work restrictions, and can they return back to work that's suitable employment? Okay, from a manager thing, okay, have we provided claimant notice of the suitable work? And how did we provide notice? We can't say we just called them, because you can't prove that in a court of law. So from a managerial standpoint, you got to kind of step into what I call the legal world. How can we prove it? Send it by email, serve it on their attorney, send out DWC-19s. That way, if they refuse to return back to work, you're presenting your case. And that's what I'm talking about. Know your defenses that you're trying to prove. And then making sure you're taking steps to go ahead and prove this. A lot of times the DWC-19s aren't sent out. Sometimes they'll have a phone call, like they'll say that the location called up and said, hey, I have work available. But then you can't prove that, because they're going to say, I never got a phone call. You got to think, how can I prove it in front of a judge? How can I prove that you know it? So when you're overseeing these files, kind of have that mindset, how can we prove it at trial? What is being done to what type of defense, or what are we doing on this file? I don't know if I answered your question the right way, but if I was overseeing it, that's what I do. And when I get files that are pulled to me and give to me, I go down my own checklist and I start looking, have we done this? Have we done this? Why we haven't done that? That's like on the Snub the Hub. I go, where's all the employment records? And I went and I sent out all the employment records, and there was a gold mine there. So you don't know, but you're going to win and lose cases based on the facts. If you don't have the facts, then you're playing their game, you're playing a reactive game, and you're not going to like where you're going to end up. For the most part. There's some that you can't do anything about, but I mean, for the most part, you can do this. So, well, if there's no other questions, I thank you so much for inviting me. I hope I didn't scare everybody or put somebody to sleep, but
No, Dave, I have another question. Just
Okay.
in general about surveillance, because that's always a big topic, you know, and when should we do it? You know, it's expensive, you know, I mean, and when is it worth it? How would you gauge, you know, getting surveillance on someone and doing some of these investigative things that you're talking about, you know, weighing that cost, you know?
Yeah, that's a great question, because you have to kind of look at your claim. If the person's getting ready to have surgery, you're not going to want to send out surveillance, because once you have surgery, they're cut. What you have beforehand is not going to really make a difference, especially if they're already authorized for surgery. But if you're having someone who's kind of making these pain complaints, saying, I can't do this, I can't walk, I can't do these things, you need to be strategic you have to be able to get, remember what the fraud is, this is why I put this in there, you have to have an oral or written statement. The video itself is not going to be able to stand. It has to be an oral or written statement, so I would get the video on the day that they're even giving a deposition testimony, or they're going to the doctor. Now you can have it the day before, the doctor's day, and afterwards, you can do that, but be strategic. Just don't pick, you know, some days where it's not going to produce an oral or a written statement, because you're going to get into the world of good day, bad day. You're going to say, well, it was a good day. I took a bunch of medication that day. You didn't know that I was totally drugged up. And that's what they say. That's what they'll say in front of the judge. So if you want to minimize the cost, just be strategic on how you do it, when you do it. And if they're going to have surgery, you may not want to do it until afterwards. So you have to kind of look at the medical condition, your issue. But if it's just your normal, straightforward, I have pain, and, you know, surgery's not going to be in. Of course, I'm not talking about surgery later on down the road. But if it's something that does not seem reasonable to what type of injury, because everyone's seen these injuries, you know what type of restrictions or what their physical capabilities, send it out. Or, I mean, sometimes you could take I had a guy that I found out that he was doing DJing. He said he couldn't go to work because of post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a new hot topic for every claimant. But he said he could not go outside to go to work. Well, we found out that he, of course, on social media, he was posting that he's a DJ. So we sent somebody to where he was DJing, and of course we had a good 2 hours, 3 hours of him up there, you know, doing his DJ thing, dancing, but you couldn't go outside, but you're in front of a big group, you know, bigger than this, and everyone's dancing. So that can be valuable. So you got to kind of look on what you're looking at, the magnitude on how bad is contradicting or what you know you're going to get. But just to do blanket just for the sake of, hey, I don't know what's going on, to send out surveillance, you're going to be wasting your money. Because I can't do anything with it. You know, unless it's shocking like this, where the guy said he can't go outside, and, you know, he's out there and he's playing football and all that good stuff. I mean, I'm so proactive that I had a guy that said he couldn't walk, and I found out that he was a Miami Hurricane fan. So then I called the season ticket, and I found out that he had season tickets. And then I found out that his tickets were at the very top of the stadium, where he had to walk up and down there. So guess what we did? We sent an investigator to the football game, which they loved a lot, and then we had the guy walking up and down the stands at a football game. That's proactive, you know? But that's where you have to kind of look at how you want to do it. So that's my recommendation.
Same with ISO. The ISO report. Sometimes you don't get all of that detail in the ISO, you know, and then you've got to, you know, adjusters, they will struggle with how to get those records without maybe now getting legal involvement. Now you've got subpoenas going out, and, you know, now there's red flags for them everywhere, you know, trying to navigate those, you know, types of things. And
well, let me help you. Even if it doesn't tell you, if you see the word settlement on a motor vehicle accident, they're not going to pay you unless you have a permanent injury, which means you have to have some type of impairment rating. You got to at least have a 1%. So if you see that there's a settlement on a motor vehicle accident and it lists the body part or it doesn't, the chances are you're going to find something. And sometimes it's like going to Vegas. Sometimes you bet black and you win, you know. But on a whole part, you have to kind of look at it and look how many claims. Like the one I had up there with the guy that had a whole history of it, that's a career person. They know what to do, they know what they're doing, and they know about this stuff. So, I mean, for me, I would not say don't get the record. I would say don't get the records. Yeah, I would, say let's make an issue on a claim possibly, or we have to look and see what we're doing, or just let the claim go, because every time they get represented, they file a claim for indemnity benefits and correction of average weekly wage. Get the guy's testimony, or send them to if you get to an orthopedic or some type of specialist that will not waver on their opinion, then you can lock them in. The key is locking them into a certain testimony. Then once you have it, remember, you have the right to believe everything the claimant is saying is true. That's gospel. So use it to your advantage. You don't have to win at that stage. Unfortunately, you'll get a better result later on, because once they know about it, they know you have it, they're going to admit to everything. Because that attorney, if I was on the other side, the claimant side, and I saw that you had all this stuff, as we take a deposition, say, admit to everything, and say, I said it, I guess they didn't record it. Now your case is, now it's it's a harder case to win. So that's the thing. Look for settlement and look for that. And also keep in mind a prior workers' compensation accident you cannot use for major contributing cause. And that's a topic for another seminar one day, because that hits close to home, because I don't believe it. It's super legislation. It's unconstitutional. But that is another topic for another day, which I'll talk about. But just keep in mind, so if you have a prior workers' comp, don't bring it up, because then instead of proving a major contributing cause, they only have to prove 1%. They just got to show a mere aggravation, and you're going to buy the farm. So if you see on the ISO prior work, leave it alone. That's like kryptonite too. Don't touch it. Go from there. Any other questions? Well, I thank you so much. I enjoyed coming here, and I enjoyed talking about it. Hopefully I provided you all with some great information that you can use to at least oversee files and maybe mitigate some of the expenses that you have.
Thank you so much, Dave.
Thank you.
Krista and I have talked about the adjusters, having the opportunity to see the presentation as well, just another opportunity for training and kind of refreshing what they're doing. And we're fortunate the school system doesn't see a ton of fraud like what you might see in other corporations. But we do have our share, and we treat the injured worker as they're telling the truth. And when those red flags come up, the team discusses those and kind of puts into action some of these plans, because it is expensive to decide to go down that road. And of course, a lot of them are talking to the risk managers who are saying, hey, look deeper into this as a trigger as well. So you guys play an active role in that. We're relying on you to let us know if you have some history or some things. And then we're trying to be extremely careful about confidentiality, to Dave's point. Pretty tough in a school system, right? Because you have people coming to people and telling them things. So letting administrators know and reminding them about how helpful confidentiality is, and receiving information, not giving it back to people who are reporting potential fraud, so that we can contain that evidence and we can plan our own defense effectively in that regard. So thank you again, Dave. Appreciate it. We are going to take about a 20-minute break. We're going to see if David Havlicek is available to slip in early, and we'll be a little bit ahead of schedule as we go in. He's here, so there we go. 20-minute break, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. Trying it out a little bit too. We can do a little test on it. Oh, okay. Yeah, and maybe try it out before. Good. Or if you want to slip it on, let's do a. Yeah. Let's see what we get. It works very well.
It works really well.
Yeah. Keith can turn it down too.
Okay, good.
Hey Keith, we're doing a mic check on that. I think that's good, huh? Okay, terrific.
but thank you for other calls. A little bit. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, there's always we definitely have. I just see that she asked for it if we haven't, so.
My dad's mom's side. Helen? No. I have to double check. I don't know. It's been like they've been down there in Atlanta, like in the 30s. So. She's told me I know, but we didn't have a team in Fort anyway, so we had until I was in like third or fourth grade. Yeah, that's what we got tomorrow. I think they're cool. Like it's a cool. It has them. Being from Deland also triggered me to say Deland. The guy that cut my hair growing up, so like I was away, like he's out like hunting and fishing and stuff like Brian Cosgrove. Oh yeah. My parents were on there.
Chocolate covered pretzels.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So don't mind me over here.
You know,
Testing. 1, 2. Okay. Testing 1, 2. Testing. Okay. All right, go.
Okay, we're ready for, is this on? Testing, testing.
Testing. Yep.
All right, we have our next presenter is David Jackson, another David. He is, oh, can't hear. Okay. David Jackson, he is from the Gainesville area and does a lot of work with Alachua County, and most of you guys have probably seen him on some of your claims at some point in time or another. You've been working with FSBIT for, way before me, but anyway, he's again, my it factor, David Jackson's very effective at what he does. He's a very good partner for us, and he's going to talk about case management, what he does, and what you can expect to see.
Can you hear me? Is this working okay? I think I found that if I turn my head this way, then you can't hear me. But I'll try to be very stiff. Well, good morning, everyone. I am David Jackson. I am a case manager. I do workers' comp case management for the school boards. I don't technically work for the school board. I'm an independent case manager. And the state of Florida encourages insurance carriers to use independent case managers for work comp cases in certain circumstances. We are not needed for all of them. I'd certainly love to say, yes, put a case manager on every case, but we are not needed on every case. And I'll go through a list of times it's nice to have a case manager. But what I want to start with is workers' comp. So many of you know a lot about workers' comp. Some of you might not know much about workers' comp. But workers' comp is a state system. It is a state-by-state system. We are here in Florida. Almost everything we see will be Florida. Actually, I guess everything you guys will see will be Florida. Because I'm independent, I get claims from out of state. I have people who are injured in another state. They come to Florida for whatever reason, and we have to coordinate medical treatment. But the state law that they got injured in is the one I have to follow. So I've handled, of course, 99% of my work is Florida, but because workers' comp is a state-by-state law, other states are different. So Georgia does it this way, California does it this way, Massachusetts does it this way. I've handled all those claims. Florida is actually one of the better employer-friendly work comp states. I'm going to talk a lot about things like objective medical evidence and major contributing cause. A lot of states do not have these. So if somebody is at work and they just go, oh, I felt something in my back. I don't think I can work. I need to go to the doctor. And a lot of states, well, guess what? That person was on your property when they reported their injury, so you're paying for it. Florida has ways to try to separate out pre-existing conditions from what happened on the job. We are getting older as a workforce. We are getting heavier. We are getting less in shape. And worst of all, we're getting more sedentary. So things like a school bus driver is sitting most of the day. That's all they do. Even opening the doors, we don't do that much anymore. It's the little push buttons. So jobs are getting easier and easier, and that's great. But when a bus driver or a custodian finally had to lift that full pail of water. Before they just put like a half a gallon in there and then they mop the floor. But suddenly it's full, and they've been doing this for 20 years. But now they're 20 years older, 30 pounds heavier, and been very sedentary, and they bend over and they yank that bucket. Well, when you're in your 30s, that's fine. When you're getting into your 50s and 60s, you got to be more careful. So we're seeing more work comp injuries with people with pretty significant pre-existing conditions. And how do we delineate what's pre-existing versus what's ours is something that Florida law tries to help. And people like me and your adjusters are very familiar with all this. And our job as well is to make sure the doctors are aware of what's pre-existing and what's a work injury. Otherwise, and one thing about case managers, I'm a field case manager. When I get a referral from either you guys, a risk manager, or your adjuster, I contact the patient, if I'm allowed, and I'll get to that in a little bit. I contact the patient, introduce myself, get a description, their description of their injury, get some other information. I will ask them about who their primary care doctor is, about pre-existing conditions. And so after I make contact with the patient, I will coordinate their medical appointments. Okay, so this is an orthopedic injury, this is a neck injury, this is a knee injury. I know who a good knee doctor is in town. So I'll make their appointments with the knee doctor. I'll let them know, I'll let you guys know, and then I literally physically, most of the time, literally physically go in the exam room with the patient. Most patients want me there. Most patients want me there because they're new to workers' comp too. They don't know what questions to ask. They don't know enough to know what they don't know. So when they're in the exam room and the doctor, and here's another problem with modern healthcare. Doctors are under a lot of pressure to treat patients and make money, and not always in that order. So a doctor will spend as little time as possible talking to your injured worker. What happened? Okay, go to physical therapy, take this narcotic, and come back in a month. And that's it. No questions about work. No questions about how did this happen, or did this ever happen before? Did you ever see a doctor in the past for your knee or for your back? Nope, they just move on to the next patient. They're going from room to room to room. When I'm there, I have to slow the doctor down. And I ask the doctor, please explain to the patient what happened. Because I've left exam rooms thousands of times and the patient looks at me and goes, I still don't know what's wrong with me. And they're terrified. Could I step in a hole and re-tear something? I hurt my neck. Am I going to jerk my head real quickly and then I'm just going to fall over because I'm paralyzed? A lot of people just don't know any of these. So I try to get the doctors to explain this to patients. I usually ask what they think are dumb questions. So now, what is a herniation, doctor? And the doctor goes, and then they have to explain because they won't. What is a meniscus tear and what is a meniscus for, doctor? So a lot of that is patients really like when I'm in the room. Plus, a lot of doctors either don't talk about work because they don't want to, because it's confusing, or if they do the cardinal number one sin. Do you think you can go back to work? I've got in a slide later one of my favorite quotes from Serpico. You guys know who Serpico is? Serpico, the police officer in the 70s, they made a movie about it. New York Police Department was terribly corrupt. And he testified before Congress, and his quote was, 10% of the police force is absolutely honest. 10% of the police force is absolutely corrupt. And the other 80%, they just wish they were honest. They wish they were honest. That sounds a little pessimistic, but when you've got somebody, let's say, who they're not thrilled about their job. I'm going to pick on you a lot. They're not thrilled about their job. And this always comes out very early as well. Are they mad? My supervisor told me to do that, and I knew I shouldn't, but I did it anyway. And my boss said this, and my principal said that, and and they're very upset. And then they're in the doctor's room, and they again, a knee, a back. The doctor doesn't even ask, "What do you do?" I'm a bus driver. They don't even ask that. And sometimes if they do, they only rely on what the patient says. Oh, well, as a teacher's aide, I have got to lift children up. I've got to pick them up off the ground. They're running all over the place. Sometimes that's true. Sometimes it's not. So when I'm in an exam room and a doctor says, do you think you can go back to work? You can see it in their eyes. This is the 80%. The 10% on the good side, these are the best people. You could hand them a bag of money when they get hurt and just say, give us back whatever you don't spend. And they would. And then there's 10% that are just as crooked as the day is long. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to spot it either. But the 80%, those are the people that when you ask them, do you think you can go back to work, or would you like another month off to stay home? I mean, some of you, what would you have done? If you, I would assume everybody in this room was probably better, but maybe when you were younger and you had a job you didn't like, you had a boss that was mean, and you were asked, would you like another month off with pay to stay home? Maybe you got a newborn baby, your wife and you or your husband and you are having problems, and this might be a good time to work things out. That's the 80%. Those are the good people that just with temptation are likely to take advantage of work comp. If a case manager is involved and the patient says, I can't work, I quickly go, oh wait, again, I ask a lot of dumb questions. They're the same about lawyers, or a saying that lawyers have, you never ask a question you don't know the answer to. So I say, oh, okay, well, what is it that you do again? I can't remember. And they, well, I'm a bus driver. And I say, oh, okay. Is there any heavy lifting in bus driving? And, well, no. Okay. So, we kind of get through that conversation, and I look at the doctor, and I go, okay, so how much do you think they could lift? They've got a knee injury or a back injury. 10 pounds, 20 pounds, 30 pounds? How much could they stand and walk for? Because I've also seen good doctors get lazy, and they just go, oh, okay, they're hurt, no work. And you go, whoa, whoa, whoa. No work? Like none at all? What if they're a secretary? What if they have an easy, or I don't want to say easy, a sedentary job? What if they can change position all day long if they want? Doctors, they don't even think about this. They've got the next room. They've got the room after that. They've got to go to. So a case manager can kind of force that conversation. We can get information from the patient and then go to the doctor and get more specific work restrictions, which is very handy because the job duties of a paraprofessional and the job duties of a custodian and an AP and a dean and the baseball coach are all different. Physically, there are some jobs are more standing and walking. Some jobs are all sitting. A lot of jobs don't require much lifting at all. The example of the paraprofessional, that does happen, but not all paraprofessionals pick people up. I've handled paraprofessionals that are just sign language interpreters. That's all they do. If they got a hand injury, okay, I get it. But if they can't lift anywhere, they hurt their neck, well, doctor, this is all they do. So anyway, so that's sort of an introduction to workers' comp case management. As most of you know, when an employee reports an injury, when they're injured on the job, they have a certain amount of time to report the injury, and then it usually goes to personnel risk management, and then I presume you guys contact your carrier, your insurance adjuster. And then that's when we start making decisions about is case management needed and what do we have to start thinking about. So, case management. Oh, let me just, by the way, this is who I am. I haven't done this in a while, so don't even remember what's here. Okay. Case manager is the term we all use. However, case manager is not in the law. And what do I mean by that? Can you call yourself a psychologist if you're not a psychologist? Can you call yourself an attorney, a chiropractor, a school teacher? There are a lot of job titles that are protected by law. They're written into our state laws. I cannot just put a shingle on my wall and say David Jackson, chiropractor. Case manager is an exception. That's not really the term in the law. The term in the law is rehabilitation provider. Now, why does this matter, David? One big reason. Because case manager is not a protected term, lawyers have gotten wise to that. They are renaming their paralegals case managers. Farah and Farah, call one of our case managers. So why is that important? Because when I call a doctor's office and I say, I'm David Jackson, I'm the case manager for this patient, will you fax me that note or that order? They know, and I'll get into this in a minute, that, actually I'll get into it right now real quick. Case managers, we don't need a signed release to obtain medical records. By the way, neither do you. The employer, the carrier, and the case manager, if someone reports a work injury, I can call and request those records. I can get the referral to physical therapy, and I don't need the patient's consent by law. So if you are a case manager for Morgan & Morgan, and you call the doctor's office and say, "Hi, I'm David. I'm the case manager. Will you fax me that medical note?" They might go, "Okay, what's your fax number?" But the paralegal did not tell them that they're not really a rehabilitation provider. That's the term that's in the law. So we're going to go through a few boring cocktail knowledge, but some of this will be important later on. Back in the old days, we used to be called qualified rehabilitation provider, but that's kind of neither here nor there. It was highly monitored by the state. I'm going to come back to this a couple of times. What I mean by that is, when I started doing this eons ago, there was a whole department in the state of Florida that monitored me, that monitored everybody. And if I had a patient that had any question, is my insurance adjuster playing fast and loose with the law? I say, you know what? If you have a question, I've got a phone number for you. You can call the Division of Workers' Compensation and ask them any question you want, and they'll be very helpful. They would monitor me and make sure everything that I was doing, they would monitor my paperwork, but everything I was doing was good, for lack of a better term. And if a patient had any questions about me, they could call the Division of Workers' Comp. The Division of Workers' Comp gave out qualifications, and that's why we were called qualified rehabilitation providers. I think it was every other year. We had to do a certain amount of CEUs, and we had to do a certain amount of things to prove that we were good. Well, that's pretty much gone. The only way to sort of govern a good case manager, if they're even a case manager, is by you guys and the insurance companies and the insurance adjusters. Now, again, that's another weird thing to say, but there are other case management companies that don't hire people who are qualified to do this job. I can, if I wanted to work for the dark side, I could hire somebody, anybody, just somebody who, a little shaky, that's what I need. I need somebody who's going to lie a little bit, and make them a case manager, and have them go to doctor's appointments, and have them tell doctors things. And who's going to catch them? How do we know that person is qualified? Because the state isn't monitoring it. So if I do that, and by the way, this does happen. This does happen. Let's say that case manager gets something done. They get the patient put at MMI and released back to work. But that patient has an attorney. And that attorney finally does the research and finds out that that case manager does not meet the state law when it comes to a case manager. We'll talk about that in a minute. It's everything that case manager done is thrown out. And if they get in front of a judge, it's really bad for people like me, because already there are certain case laws, case laws, I guess, where judges have ruled against the activities of a case manager. And it makes me a little nervous, because there are people that should not be doing what I do. But if you have the insurance adjuster also knows this, so most of the time it's legitimate. So again, the term rehabilitation provider is a rehabilitation nurse, a rehabilitation counselor, a vocational evaluator, providing reemployment assessments, medical care coordination, or reemployment services. Most of what you guys will see is just medical care coordination. The reemployment aspect of rehab is if somebody is unable to do their job or unable to do their job permanently. So if someone is hurt and they're a custodian and they have a back injury, well, how long are they going to be out? Is it just going to be a couple of weeks, maybe a month? Or is it going to be more serious? And that's where sometimes the vocational side comes in. So who can be a rehab provider? Again, sorry, we'll get through the boring stuff fast, I promise. A certified rehabilitation registered nurse, CRRN, certified by the Association of Rehabilitation Professionals. So by the way, if you come across a new case manager, and hi, I'm Jim, and I'm a new case manager, I'd love to talk business with you. You say, okay, great. What is your certification? Are you a CRRN? Are you a certified rehabilitation counselor? Are you a certified case manager? All of these require a lot of education, a lot of testing, and usually a lot of experience, and a code of ethics, a very stringent code of ethics. A certified disability management specialist. I put the little acronyms behind them because that's what you'll see on a business card. I think I've got a couple more. A certified vocational evaluator, or a CVE. And then I think this is the last one, a certified occupational health nurse. If you have a case manager and you get their card and you don't see one of those initials, you got some questions to ask. Maybe they just didn't do it, but they're supposed to. You're supposed to, like a doctor has to hang their license in the waiting room. Case managers or rehab providers, we have to let you know what our certification is. Okay, so I spoke earlier. By the way, I'll take a pause. Any questions so far? Sorry, I'm kind of jumping around. I've had a lot of coffee. Okay, so the question is, when should we use case manager? So if you're in risk management and you get a sweet secretary that strained his elbow, and they say, I'm just going to go get it looked at, I'll be back at work in an hour. And they never miss a day of work. And they keep working, and you're not, this is going to sound a little subjective, you're not terribly worried. And we'll talk about your spidey sense in a little bit, and how to sort of use your spidey sense. Everybody know what the spidey sense is? Yeah. Like I said, if you come with me and do what I do, it doesn't take long before you go, like, David, I think he's lying. Yeah, he's lying. He's lying. It's okay. That should be like, if you would like to be a case manager, do you enjoy medical care coordination? Can you tolerate people lying to your face? And you keep your cool, because you remember what they said. Doctors lie to my face. All right, so when to use case management? Catastrophic cases. You probably know what those are. That's not a small elbow injury. That's a bad injury. I think there's a definition for catastrophic. It's going to exceed $500,000, but we're talking spinal cord injuries, severe head trauma, multiple broken bones, catastrophic cases. A severe and/or complex injury. So a little less than a catastrophic case. I like to consider complex injuries more than one body part. Bus driver fell down the stairs, broke a femur, broke his wrist. So all right, we got a couple of body parts. We're going to need a couple of doctors, usually. When there is a long anticipated recovery period. So that means they're going to be getting medical care for a while. Again, if it's a little sprained elbow and they just get a little cortisone shot, it's fine. But if it is a big rotator cuff tear in their shoulder and they're the baseball coach, they're going to have surgery. They're going to they will likely not be able to do their job for quite a while. So we're anticipating a lot of physical therapy. So that would be considered a long recovery period. Potential for complications. That usually means things like diabetes. Diabetes is much more prevalent today than I think it's ever been. If you know anything about diabetes and you know somebody who ever hurt their foot, that is a problem. A stub toe for a diabetic could end up in amputation. So when something, it's just a little, I tripped over the cord in the office and I hurt my shin or my ankle, but it's okay, I'm going to go checked out, and they're a diabetic, then we could have a problem. In addition to diabetes, cigarette smoker, tobacco user, morbid obesity, older workers are more likely to have a lot of arthritis. Suddenly you've got someone stepped in a hole. The bus aide stepped in a hole and they felt something in their knee. It's okay. They go to the doctor. Your bus aide is 62, and the doctor takes an x-ray and goes, wow, you are bone on bone. I know why you got hurt, because you're bone on bone. The only thing to do is a total knee replacement. let's just have work comp pay for it. By the way, put a pin in that for a second. Why is it so nice to have work comp pay for your medical care? There's no copays. There's no deductibles. So that's why someone who has good health insurance. Well, David is a custodian, and he hurt his back. But he's a good guy. I'm not worried about him. He's got good health insurance. He wouldn't lie. So David finds out that in order to get that, just the injection in my back, it's $400. And if I need a back brace, my insurance doesn't pay for it. That's another $250. My medication copays are sometimes maybe $10 to $20. Guess what? If it's done under workers' comp, I don't have to worry about none of that. Not to mention, I get paid to travel if I'm injured on the job. So if a good bus aide hurts their back, and you're not worried about them, because if it's not work comp, they'll just put on their private insurance. They might not want to. They might tell the doctor, oh, I don't know what you mean. I've never hurt my back before. Anything you have to do is from this work injury. So, and then maybe they're telling the truth, maybe they're not. All right, I think I pretty much covered this. Their state of health prior to the injury, again, diabetes, older age, the degree to which the injury threatens job-related functions. Baseball coach hurts his shoulder, might not be able to go back to that job, at least for a while. Custodian with a back injury, school bus driver with a neck injury, this is probably going to prevent them from working at least their regular job. You guys, and I can't speak for everybody, but I recognize a lot of people in this room, do a great job of coming up with modified duty. So when the school bus driver does hurt their neck and the doctor says, I don't want you driving a bus and looking over your shoulder all the time, well, have them come into the office and we've got shredding to do or folders to put together. Have them go to the front desk of this school and they'll help parents find their kids or whatever. You come up with light duty. That is massive, by the way. If you do not come up with a lot of light duty and you tell people, just stay home, we don't have anything for you to do, you're asking for trouble. And I'll get to that in a little bit. A risk of remaining unemployed or unable to obtain substantial gain from employment, considering age, average weekly wage. This is one of my biggest fears. This bottom bullet is just basically, could they be a risk for permanent disability? That is always my biggest fear. So that is, usually you see people that have a heavy exertional job, but a low skill or education requirement. So again, a custodian, maybe there's some heavy lifting. The janitor, the back people, the people who do all the air conditioning and things like that, and they hurt their back. If they have an AA degree, that's nothing to worry about. A lot of them may or may not have graduated from high school. If they're, go back a long time, they might not have a high school degree, but even if they do, but their skills are all in the manual labor. And if they hurt their back, and it looks like you might not ever go back to doing your job before, well, what other jobs are there? I have a high school degree, but I don't read so good. What am I going to do? They get a lawyer, and the risk for permanent total disability, which is, by the way, that means y'all pay this patient for the rest of their lives, goes up. Do they live in if you're in a big city, if you're in Miami or Orlando, less of a risk. And the reason that is that we are allowed to find jobs within a 50-mile radius of their residence. But if they're out in the boonies, sorry, no offense to anybody who lives in rural communities, and within a 50-mile radius, there isn't really like a big city. Well, this HVAC guy, sure, he can be a parking lot attendant, where you can sit down all day and just make. That's all you do, is parking lot attendant. Are there any parking lot attendants within 50 miles? Maybe not. Could they be a greeter at Walmart? Well, there is a Walmart in every town. Maybe they can be a greeter. First of all, greeter isn't really a dedicated job, but we can talk about that later. But great, they can be a greeter. Well, there's one Walmart within 50 miles, and they've got 2 greeters. So if I'm their lawyer, and I say, good job, Dr. Jackson, you found him a job as a greeter. How many are there? And when I say in the hearing, well, there's 2, and they go, okay, expect my client to go back to work when there's 2, literally only 2 jobs in the community he can do. And the judge goes, and I've had that happen. Not in that circumstance, but when a judge hears enough, he just goes, never mind, we're done. You know, so that's why geographic area is so important. Oh, objective medical evidence. For me, this is usually just my rule of thumb. If you have a patient that breaks their wrist, they send you a picture of their x-ray, which I do all the time, by the way. Doctors will show you x-ray. Here's the fracture. Take a picture with my phone. And sometimes patients do as well, and they text it to their principal, look at my broken bone. That broken bone, that is objective medical evidence. And that is a very important term in Florida workers' comp. Like I said, other states, not so much. But objective medical evidence versus subjective medical evidence. Subjective is, I hurt my elbow. Oh, wow, let's do an x-ray and an MRI and a nerve conduction study and this test and that test. Have you found any objective evidence, doctor, of an elbow injury? Well, no, but the patient says it hurts. So I'm going to keep them out of work or not let them do their job. When you've got good objective evidence, I always go, okay, we're starting from a good place. But if there is no objective evidence, and things like, some things are harder than others, back injuries, a head injury. Now, obviously, a big head injury, there's lots of objective evidence. I don't know how many claims I've handled where someone gets hit in the head with a football or a basketball. I got a person that got hit, a school teacher, and probably there are several people in this room that know this story, that got hit in the head with a Skittle. A student at this paraprofessional. She had already had several work comp claims, and the walk-in clinic that the district used took her out of work because she got hit in the head with a Skittle. Head injuries are interesting because they're in the news a lot. CT. You know, when I was younger, and if anybody's old like me, knocking a guy out on the football field was sport. Steve Young, Troy Aikman, it was a sport for a linebacker to just wrap him up and literally headbutt his helmet and knock him out. And it was funny. And then we started seeing football players kill themselves. One of my favorite football players was Junior Seau. Shot himself in the chest when he killed himself. The reason? He wanted to preserve his brain because he knew he had CTE. So it's in the news. Iraq War, Afghanistan, a lot of CTE. So a lot of talk about head injuries. So a patient gets hit in the head with a Skittle, and the doctor goes, even the doctor can be a victim of this. Oh my goodness, you have a headache because you got hit in this. Well, I don't want to risk a head injury. Yeah, let's take you out of work. So things like head injuries, back injuries are a little more complicated, but at the same time, if you have a good, experienced case manager who understands this, we can tell you whether there's objective medical evidence. Okay, so we do, and I'll fly through these real quick. So the first one we talked about was medical care coordination. That is what you guys will see most of the time. Reemployment assessments, I'll cover that in just a second. Reemployment services, something different, but I wanted to run real fast to the last bullet. Telephone versus field. Not all case management needs to be in person. I've actually had a lot of files. These are always my most fun. Please give this person the royal treatment. This is so-and-so. They've been with the district for 20 years. They are adored. They're not going to miss work, we know it, but just help them out. And I love those. It's usually some rock star, some awesome school teacher that's won Teacher of the Year 2 years in a row, and you guys want me to take good care of them. Do I need to go to every appointment? No. The person's good. They're going to go back to work. They have a clear injury. There's good objective evidence. I might not be needed to go with them. I can handle everything over the phone. What's that about? Well, it's a little cheaper. All right, again, this is just sort of the boring stuff. I'm going to go through this real quick. So now, by the way, so when I talk about services offered, these are what are in the law. This is actually, there are parts of the law that have this title. medical care coordination. That is typically case management. So we coordinate the physical rehabilitation services such as the medical, psychiatric, or therapeutic treatment for the injured employee, providing healthcare training to the employee and family and monitoring their recovery. So in a nutshell, go in the exam room, I get the orders, I get the work status, I let you guys know what the work status is, I coordinate the physical therapy, try to do this all quickly, by the way. If anybody's ever called a doctor's office and, yeah, I hurt my knee. Well, how's December? That's our first opening. Or we need an MRI, but yeah, our opening isn't for a month and a half, so sucks. Have a nice day. Oh, by the way, you're home getting paid by work comp, so the patient, by the way, doesn't mind that at all in that case. So that's why if you trust, it sounds terrible, if you trust the medical treatment to the patient, like I said, 10%, nothing to it. You have nothing to worry about. If it's not in the 10%, that patient might go, you know what? Yeah, let's do that MRI in December. What are you going to do? The purpose of medical care coordination, the purposes of medical coordination are to minimize the disability and recovery. This is right out of law. Minimize the disability and recovery period with, so minimize. I want to speed things up. Let's get that MRI done. Let's get that physical therapy done. Without jeopardizing the medical stability, to assure that proper medical treatment and other restorative services are timely provided in a logical sequence, and to contain medical costs. So let's do it quickly. Let's do it affordably. Let's make sure we're not jeopardizing medical stability. That's where my bizarro case manager that I'm going to hire could probably skip over. We don't have to worry about medical stability. And provided in a logical sequence. MRI, then follow-up visit. Do we need a follow-up visit before the MRI is done? No. Let's move the follow-up visit back a week until we get the MRI done. All right, so reemployment assessments. Again, I won't ever read this, I'll just tell you. After medical care coordination does not get the person back to work. They are a risk. They got a lawyer. They say they're never going to work again. They've got a doctor that says, oh, yeah, I agree. He's in too much pain to work. A reemployment assessment is by someone like me to determine, are there jobs they can do? We usually interview the patient. We are allowed to interview the patient by law, even if they have a lawyer. The lawyer has to let us interview them. We ask about their work background, their education, pre-existing conditions. We are familiar with the local labor market and recommend jobs that they might be able to do. That parking lot attendant, that's a nice, easy job. A gate attendant. Back in the old days, the toll booth monitor was a good one. There's a lot fewer of those around. And reemployment services, this is what comes after the reemployment assessment. So if I say this person can work, these are the jobs that they can do, then we start trying to find them a job. It's a lot of fun to be a job coach. It's not a lot of fun to be a job coach when the person doesn't want to work. And I say, good news, I got you a job. There's a rental car company that all you do is drive the rental car back and forth between the airport and that's all you do. And they go, yeah, that medication, it like makes me really drowsy. Do you want me driving a car when I'm all drowsy? Like if I get in an accident, it could be a little your fault. By the way, I hear that a lot from truck drivers and bus drivers, and they'll say it to the doctor. You know, you'll be responsible if I get in an accident. Do you want to be responsible? I've literally heard that threat to doctors. And what do doctors do? Do they go like this and they go, nope. They back down immediately. Fine, next room. That's it. So those are reemployment services. Oh, a little levity. Thought I would at least just interject with something kind of funny. Forget the name of that comic strip. That was a long time ago. Let's see here. All right. Case management 1.0. So this is the bare bones minimum. You've hired a case manager. This is the least they should be doing. Help select the providers who treat the injured worker. a lot of times if you've got a primary care that you send your work comp patients to, and the primary care doctor says, all right, your patient has hurt their knee, and I think they should go see Dr. Jones. And they recommend Dr. Jones. My spidey sense gets a little nervous at that point. Why did they recommend Dr. Jones? Is Dr. Jones just the preeminent, amazing knee surgeon in town? Or is Dr. Jones their friend? Or, even better, did the patient have a lawyer? And the lawyer says, if you get referred to a doctor, ask for Dr. Jones. There is a frightening underground medical community that you guys are pretty much not aware of. That sounds arrogant to say, but auto accident. You get an auto accident. You get a lawyer. You get Morgan & Morgan. And the auto accident lawyer says, I'm going to tell you which doctor to go to. Now, do you think that lawyer wanted you to go to that doctor because that's really a good doctor? That is the best doctor for your injury. Oh, by the way, the doctors in Miami, I know you live in Marion County, but it's worth it, trust me. Or the doctor comes to Orlando once a month, and you're going to go to his Orlando office. And you, by the way, if you go to that Orlando office, it's usually a chiropractor clinic, and it has a different name on it. It's like, Affordable Chiropractic. And you're like, is Dr. Jones here? Like, oh yeah, he comes once a month. He rents that room in the back. He gets one exam room. So you see Dr. Jones, and Dr. Jones has one job, and it's not to make you better. Dr. Jones is to make your injury expensive. They'll work on, you guys have probably heard of letters of protection. Dr. Jones will sign an agreement with the lawyer and you that when you guys settle your auto accident claim, I get paid first. And because we don't have to worry about any of you personnel risk managers and adjusters, I don't have to worry about what I bill. I'm just going to bill whatever I want. $49,527 is what I charge for that kind of surgery. Now remember, the patient is not paying anything. So Dr. Jones is just driving up the cost. And then the lawyer goes to the insurance company and goes like, hey, if you want, we can do this surgery, or just give us the $49,000 or whatever I said. And the insurance company goes, fine. So when a doctor recommends Dr. Jones, my first instinct is, why do they recommend Dr. Jones? Most of the time, it's not for a good reason. It's their friend. It was, the patient says, hey, can you refer me to Dr. Jones? So case management 1.0. Hey, David, Dr. Jones is who Dr. So-and-so recommended. What do you think? My first reaction is no. Do you know who Dr. Jones is? Nope, but I don't care. I'm already nervous. A good case manager will know who the doctors are. Not only who's good, but who knows workers' comp. We're going to talk about objective medical evidence. By the way, I don't know, what time is it? We go till noon? Yeah. All right, I'll speed up a little bit. A good case manager will know who the doctors are that are good and good with workers' comp. The doctors that understand things like objective medical evidence, major contributing cause. Coordinate appointments with good doctors, proficient in workers' compensation is basically what I just said. Attend visits, typically remaining in the room and gather information on the diagnosis, treatment plan. Again, what I talked about earlier, this is what we do. Coordinate services such as physical therapy very quickly. I don't want to wait around 2 weeks to get your PT started. And continue until maximum medical improvement is achieved. Okay, case management 2.0. This is what you should do. So in addition to 1.0, it also includes psychoeducation. So educating, I mentioned the example of, doctor, what is a meniscus tear? And so we're helping the patient learn about their injury. Now, interviewing and listening. I'll use a couple of case examples if we have time of asking the patient, where are you from? Where'd you go to school? Sometimes we spend a lot of time in a waiting room. Do you have any pre-existing conditions, diabetes, high blood pressure? Everybody has high blood pressure, this, that, other thing. Sure. Do you have any allergies? Who's your primary care doctor? Do you have personal insurance? What other kinds of injuries have you had? Have you had a car accident? I'm just kind of moving through these things. And the patient says, I saw a doctor about my back a few years ago, had a car crash in 2021. And I go, okay, there's an auto accident back out there. There's a prior back injury out there. That's going to be important. Is the patient going to tell their doctor they had a car crash a few years ago? Sometimes they do. But the great 80% might not say anything about that car crash. Why is that relevant? Well, you guys can probably guess, but I'll get to that. Obtain records and information on their medical history and pre-existing conditions. So, in Gainesville, where I live, there is a clinic, I think it's called, if I pronounce it correctly, Medig, M-E-D-I-G. And there's more than one. They do almost all auto accidents. And so now this is where we do need a release, by the way. I can get medical records if it's related to the work injury, but anything pre-existing, we need to get a release. Now, some patients are very willing to sign a release, some are not. There's a whole thing about if they're not going to sign a release, what do we do? Anyway, I'll have time. If I have time for that, we'll talk about it. If we have a release, I might start doing what we call a medical sweep, or the adjuster will do a medical sweep. Call Medig out of the blue. Do you have records on this patient? Here's their date of birth. Now, they can tell you without a release, yes, that patient's been here, but I can't give you any more information without a release. Good. So we get a list. If we get a release, we start requesting records. Auto accidents are one of the best gold mines. This is going to, again, sound very cynical. Best gold mines, because that example I used with the auto accident doctor who wrote up that report about how badly damaged this patient is, how expensive their treatment is going to be, those records still exist. And so if they had an auto accident 3 or 4 years ago, and they had some doctor telling them they had one foot in the grave, and then now they report a work injury on your job, well, there's a couple of problems, but one of them is, hey doctor, your current work comp doctor, they said they hurt their back, they've never heard it before. 3 years ago, they were totally disabled. And now they're all better? And now it's work comp's injury? Are you sure this isn't that pre-existing condition? Especially when the catastrophic things that are written in those medical notes. I mentioned earlier, educating doctors on the work setting. The patient, how much lifting do you have to do as a school teacher or a janitor? You might not get an honest answer. That's where we come in, and case managers will ask you. You'll get emails from us, hey, can you send us a job description? Or we do something a little bit more called a job analysis, but I think I'll get to that in a minute. So MCC stands for major contributing cause. The work, and this is where I think, this is what separates me from just about everybody else. A, is there objective evidence of an injury? If there is, great. Broken bone on an x-ray, don't have much to worry about. What if there's not? What if there's a lot of arthritis? What if the patient hurt their back, we do an MRI, they've got some bulging discs here, and they've got some wearing down of the disc space, and the doctor says, well, we need to do an injection, and we need to do a fusion, and we need to do this. I'll ask the doctor, okay, what's the objective evidence that we're using? And if they say, well, they've got a couple of small bulging discs and they've got some wearing down of the discs. And anyway, I'm going to go on to my next patient and whoa, slow down. Do you think that those 3 or 4 bulging discs and that wearing down happen on the job? Well, probably not, but now they hurt. They didn't hurt before, and now they do. And I go, okay, well, that's fine. But that's not what the law says. The law says a work injury has to be the major contributing cause. And well, what does that mean, David? Is the work incident 51%? Or does it represent 51%, at least 51% of the need for treatment? My example of the bus attendant steps in the hole and hurt their knee. I never had knee pain before, doctor. And now you say I need a total knee replacement under workers' comp. What are you going to do? I asked the doctor, okay, major contributing cause. What's the major contributing cause? Stepping in a hole, or the fact that the patient is this age and they are bone on bone. By the way, if we x-ray the other knee, what do you think that's going to look like? Bone on bone. So what's the major contributing cause of their need for surgery? And there's even another term in the law that I love. Doctors a lot of times will say, yeah, it could be. It might be. It could be. That could happen. Yep, that could happen. I go, okay, yeah, could's a good one. But the burden of proof in Florida is you have to be reasonably certain it is. Not, oh, yeah, I guess so. It could be. No. Are you reasonably certain? When the patient stepped in that hole, that caused so much trauma that stepping in the hole is a greater contributor of their need for a total knee replacement than the fact that they were bone on bone the day before their injury. When you ask it that way, now you get the doctor to get a little uncomfortable, especially if you're doing it right in front of the patient. So what I usually do, I try not to do that conversation in front of the patient. That usually comes with a private meeting with the doctor or with a letter. One question, yes, no letter. Based on the objective medical evidence only. We don't care about subjective evidence. In the law, it says pain alone is not compensable. Anybody can just go, oh, I hurt my back. I want to be taken off work. And if you get to the right doctor, you get to get off work. That's kind of where first part comes in. Let's not pick that kind of doctor. Let's pick a good doctor. So a good case manager understands the medical legal intersection. Anybody can just coordinate MRIs and physical therapy without asking any questions. But a good case manager will say, well, does this meet the burden of proof in Florida? It might not. And a lot of people don't even ask. A lot of case managers. I've had case managers tell me that's not their business. They don't want to get involved in that. And what I say is, hey, the sausage is going to get made. If you don't want to be a part of it, fine. But one thing that I do is but sometimes the question to this is actually yes. The work injury is the major contributing cause. I ask that question, and sometimes I help the doctor. Here's their pre-existing records. And what I always tell doctors is, let's weigh the existing condition against the trauma of the injury. Stepping in a hole versus bone on bone. What happens if the patient fell down the stairs of their bus and broke 3 bones? And then I come along and go, wait a second, they got a lot of arthritis, right? Well, yes, but the trauma is pretty significant. It's hard to argue in that case that the major contributing cause is not the current work injury. And I'll help doctors kind of get there, because doctors won't know how to put this in writing. And if you're an adjuster and you get a letter or a note or your risk manager that shows they have this injury, they need this surgery, they might not get it authorized. The insurance company might go, you know what? I need some more information. I need to know if we're supposed to pay for this. Well, if I come along and I tell the doctor, okay, if this really is work comp, here's what you need to put in your note. You're going to say, you are reasonably certain major contributing cause of the need for treatment. The insurance company gets it, they go, oh, I've done my job. They authorize the surgery right on the spot. So I don't want to make it sound like I'm a bad guy. I actually help a lot of people, and I help the doctors. Be aggressive to progress treatment. So again, move things along. Major contributing cause letters. I mentioned writing letters. A little bit more on this one. A good case manager maintains good relationships with doctors and know how to talk to doctors. Doctors have very, very fragile egos. The last thing you want to do is tell a doctor what to do. There are a lot of nurse case managers that they will bully their way around an exam room. They will tell the doctor what to do or what not to do. And that backfires amazingly. I'm actually a licensed mental health counselor. I've been a psychotherapist for a long time. And a doctor is like anybody else. It really is good if they feel like it's their decision. So you kind of ask like I said, you ask the dumb questions. You know, I love the Columbo, oh yeah, one other thing, I just forgot. When blah, 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 you know. So you find ways that you're not challenging a doctor and maintaining a good relationship. So that's where telling the truth comes in. If you get caught lying to a doctor once, you are dead. They will never trust you again. So that's why I will tell the doctor the bad with the good. Sometimes, this is probably a work comp claim, doctor. Here's what you say. Again, provide the truth. Oh, here's my quote from Serpico. Again, 80% of patients, when tempted, now back in the old days when they were given OxyContin to everybody, this was even worse. Job analysis. This is another thing that I do that a lot of people don't do. So here, let me see if I have a picture. So this is a job analysis of a school bus driver in Alachua County. And what this was about is the patient said, I can't drive a bus because I've got to pull that air brake. And the air brake is so hard to pull. And you go, oh, what? And the doctor went, okay, it'll work. So I met with personnel, transportation, and I took the photos, I measured everything.